Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is 108.9 Aiden FM coming at you this Thursday morning, March 19th, 2026. How the fuck is everybody out there doing today? I'm sorry, was that too high energy? Was that too much? Is it a little bit too far? The section.
The sexual tension between Alex and Shank is thick.
That's true, BS. That's true. I agree with that assessment. I mean, when he gets up there and he screams in his face, "We're against Saudi Arabia, you dumbass! We talk about that all the time!" You could just see that Alex is like, oh my god, I'm actually witnessing Cenk Uyghur's turning the frogs gay moment. And not only am I here to witness it with my own two eyes, but I actually caused that moment to happen. If it weren't for Alex just intruding onto the Young Turks set that one fine day, and what was that, like 2017? Man, the timeline would have been different, ladies and gentlemen. And you got to admit, the timeline would be different for the worse as well. Anyways, how the hell's everybody doing out there? We got a few familiar faces out here in the side chat. And we got a couple unfamiliar faces as well. We got Answers in Atheism, who says, "What madness! He's allegedly gay. We don't know for certain." I don't know either, Answers in Atheism. But you know what? Maybe we'll find out over the course of this live stream not only who he is, but whether or not he is in fact gay. That answer may avail itself. Achilles says, "Do you have the frying pan ready for this? I got mine cleaned and ready." He's got some zombie emojis up in the chat. Hell yeah, ladies and gentlemen. If you haven't checked it out, I've got it as kind of like some sidelight content on my channel right now. We've got some Project Zomboid videos up there. I'm currently playing as myself in 1993 Kentucky, trying to survive in the zombie apocalypse. We're a few days in. Things are going pretty decent. By the way, I heard from a certain re-examination who makes himself apparent in just a moment here. After Spooky says, "Is this the 100 sub special? Will there be cake?" And I subsequently offered him a stale Pop-Tart, because that's the budget that this channel has available to it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to say. He gratefully takes the Pop-Tart, saying that he's never had one before. And the aforementioned re-examination makes an appearance, who told me on Discord that a certain Jim Bob, who actually watched me play Project Zomboid, bore witness to the early days of Aiden Linden's survival experience. Jim Bob is apparently going to be getting Project Zomboid, according to a certain re-examination. So that'll be fun. Hopefully Jim Bob does some Zomboid streams, and hopefully he follows the trend and tries to create himself as a character. Because that would be fun if I got that started as a trend. I'm a trendsetter, ladies and gentlemen. I've got them playing the video games. One step we get them playing the video games. The next step we get them denying that Jesus is even a thing. You get a toehold in there. Next thing you know, you got a foothold. It's only a matter of time. Maybe I shouldn't use that voice related to Jim Bob. He's probably going to assume that that voice has connotations that it actually doesn't have. Sorry, my bad. Zombob, that's true. That's true. The Bob Mob. When you talk about the Bob Mob before, I was like, oh yeah, it's just a bunch of like nameless, faceless people over the internet. Whereas in reality, the Bob Mob in Project Zomboid is actually a horde of undead monsters who want to tear the flesh from your very bones. Anyways, I've rambled long enough at the very beginning of this show, ladies and gentlemen. We are 7 minutes, 37 seconds in. Let's go on to our first segment. Now, I already said in the previous show, the Trump without Trump segment, ladies and gentlemen, it's not what it was. It used to be better. It used to be great. No more, unfortunately. It just devolved as you go further back and I don't think I'm really going to be able to use it anymore. However, I've got a temporary fix, the proverbial duct tape that I'm going to use in order to patch the Trump Without Trump segment up. Comes in the following segment here that I pulled from The Daily Show. It's not quite the same, but I hope at least kind of fills part of the hole in your heart that Trump Without Trump will inevitably leave behind. Give me just 1 second here. There we go. Now I've got it pulled up. Alrighty.
I know words. I have the best words.
In 1870, President Ulysses S. Grant, that beautiful Orion space capsule, the combat
I love the space capsule. They come in all kinds of different flavors, the space capsules. You can get the Milky Way flavor. You can get the Andromeda flavor. You can get all kinds of different flavors out of the space capsules, folks. It's great.
infantryman badge.
The infant troopin'? Hold on a second. Hold on.
Full Orion space capsule, the combat infantryman.
What? Hold on. I know that Trump is like actively becoming a fascist in real time, right? And is like promoting more and more fascistic policies within America. But don't go full mask off and go the Infantruppen. Yes, we are sending out the Infantruppen in order to deal with the problem. By the way, what's that red flag over there on the left? I see a rather circular white foreground on that red flag there. I don't know, maybe there's a certain emblem over. I'm not being serious, by the way, for anyone's like, oh my god, Aiden's being so alarmist. No, not being serious. But yes, the Infantruppen.
Badge our nation as a sovereign country.
A lot of work has been done. A lot of renovation. If you look at some of it.
Defensive missions and missiles. Your devotion, prowess, then you will gain momentum. Heroin alone, if you look at the heroin epidemic.
The federal government is conducting an aggressive investigation.
And to delegitimize. As bad as it is, it meant something by an anonymous, really an anonymous.
You tried twice on that one. Most of these I'll give Trump credit. Most of these Trump is like, all right, I'm going to pull out of that one. That was horrible and disastrous. I hope nobody caught that and made it into a funny compilation. But with that one, he tried going back. He double dipped on anonymous.
Really an anonymous. You're going to see some statistics coming out. Americans of all walks of life rose up. Assistant Secretary Girard and Surgeon General Adams, heart, lung, and liver transplants annually. Advising.
You gotta get the liver transplants, dude. That might be the future title of one of my shows, Transpants. Yeah, I can see it. Transpants. Hashtag transpants up in the chat, please. Only the finest transpants up in here.
Lawmakers, but China's their supply chain. This Russia thing with Trump, I hope they now go and take a look at the oranges of the investigation, the beginnings. And every
the oranges of the investigation. Not only is he guilty of the double dip there, not only does he try to pull a recovery on the oranges there, but it doesn't even relate to what he's saying at all. I'm sorry, I know I'm hitting a really high octave there, but my brain is just boiling in real time right now. I feel like it's about to get tanned into a fucking like leather hide or something like that because it doesn't even relate to what he was talking about. What were you trying to say, Donald?
Single car out there, even the really expensive ones. And we used to have Radio Free Europe, like I think Radio Free Europe. The Nazis, the invasion of Normandy,
Nazis,
and the liberation of Europe. A brilliant star shone in the east, wise men traveled far. Really big beneficiaries. Whole state to be a sanctuary for criminal. Shield and shelter criminal. Look, wait. The members of our armed forces, and you understand that very well. And the internet, if you think about this, rich traditions of this peninsula. Expectations in the House for the midterm and midterm year. Waive all applicable state taxes despite these obstacles, Karen. The Central Command response and crisis response. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt as Hurricane Irma approached.
Delano.
And he voted for Obama. Amnesty.
That's a classic.
A sleazebag lawyer named Abiante.
That's what the United Nations is all about. Will not be tolerated any longer. Merry Christmas, everybody. We just have to say it. You know, we just said another stock rocket. You saw that, right? The stock market. And to replace chasms of destruction.
Gotta love those slock rockets, dude. Those are the very finest. The Infantruppen were recently equipped with slock rockets. And if we keep going with those, the chasms of destruction that Trump are talking about right here are going to get even worse, folks.
Ever foisted upon the American people. And then they announced there was no buys, no. Seek real...
Wait. Hold on, hard break. What was that? Excuse me, sir? Wait. What was that?
The American people. And then they announced there was no... No buys, no. Seek
no buys, no. Okay.
Real bipartisan solutions. Made a pivotal, really, and I mean this was pivotal. Reauthorized the 9/11 victims in April of 2014. Our Army...
Oh shit, 2014? Holy shit. We're fucking talking like doom time for it. It is the year 10,191. Shit, it's fucking far future even in the Dune timeline. Fuck.
And the anthem. It ran the ramparts. These historic accomplishment shades our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. It's great to be back in Missouri, Ghana, Guinea, Nambia, Jerusalem. Thank the Minneapolis police. Venezuela's working to improve this country and your terrific government. And God bless the United States. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You know what? If this is the send-off for the Trump Without Trump segment right here, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to admit, it was a damn better send-off than the previous one. We couldn't go out on a whimper with the Trump Without Trump segment. We had to go out with a bang. And I think that perfectly fit the bill. So with that being said, let's get into our wider silly segment. Let's start playing some of those. So someone hacked the crosswalk in Denver.
The walk signal is on. Fuck Trump. The walk signal is on. Trump murders children. The walk signal is on. Fuck Trump. The walk signal is on. Trump murders children.
You know, I mean, like, where's the lie? Where's the lie in either one of those things? I think that is, if anything, it's a really important public service announcement that's being provided right there. I think it's important that the American people know that, you know, fuck Trump and Trump murders children, you know? Like, it's important. Anyways. Moving on to our next one here. Has anybody else encountered this problem ever? When they're ever at like some fucking like establishment? Now I got to admit, this was something that I never encountered until I was like, I don't know, just a few years ago. When I even had the money to be able to go into places that had fucking highfalutin shit like this. But I have been in this situation where you have to fucking, it's a 5-alarm shit, ladies and gentlemen. You have to go right then and there. And these are the fucking signs on the bathroom. Like, just tell me which one is the right one. I think there is actually a proper, like, bird and bee. Like, I think that there is actually, like, the bird. Is the bird a woman? You'd think so, right? Because the bee, you know, like the whole stinger thing, right? You think that'd be the guy. So I'd probably go with bees. But maybe I'm wrong about that. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Which is which? Because I didn't really take the time to actually look into fucking which one is birds and bees, respectively. And quite frankly, who the hell just knows that offhand? You know? Oh, hold on just one second, guys. I'm just taking a call here real quick. Sorry about that. I got a call from me mom. Me mom. No, I did. I got a call from my mom. She's like, are you calling me tonight or am I calling you? It's like, no, I'm going to call you. Don't worry, Mom. She's already got enough going on in her life right now. Ugh. Yeah, she's been quite busy. But I am glad to... Anybody out there right now, if you haven't talked to your mom recently, call your mom. Call your mom. It's important to stay in touch with your mom while you have the ability to stay in touch with your mom. I left, and when I left, I had 7 people, and then as soon as I come back, I find that I've got 12 that are watching. My viewership almost doubled when I was like, yeah, just 1 second here, guys, gotta take this call. Everyone was like, oh, Aiden's not talking right now? I guess this is the only time we'll actually be able to tolerate his stream. How's it going, Aiden? In Greek, the word bird is the same for the word wiener. So expect all Greeks to storm the ladies' room if it's the other way around there. So the birds are the guys then? What? Which one is which? I just talked to Aiden's mom. You fucking... BS. BS. You fucking behave yourself, you brat. Get out of here. I said call your mom, BS. When was the last time you talked to your mom? She probably freaking disowned you as soon as you came out of the womb and you started going, goo goo gaga, wah, wah. She's like, oh god, there's something wrong with this thing. There's something defective. I'm going to drop this off over at the local fire station. And that's going to be their problem. I want to play Sim City, Mom. That's little baby B.S. Lewis. No, let's go on to the next, let's go on to our next segment here. But yes, welcome to everybody that's out there in the side chat. I think this is pretty funny because if you have any real experience with the world of online employment, trying to get a job, you know how fucking distorted and highfalutin people will make some of these posts out to be. I thought this was pretty funny.
Built a Google Translate for LinkedIn. I've been arrested for fraud. LinkedIn speak. I'm thrilled to announce that I'm starting a new chapter. I've recently been given the unique opportunity to step back and reflect on my professional journey from a high security environment. This unexpected pivot has taught me so much about risk management, regulatory compliance, and the importance of transparency in the financial sector. Someone built a Google Translate for LinkedIn. I've been arrested for.
Oh, whoops. I'm letting it replay. I'm letting it replay. I'm not being attentive to my stream right now. I think it's pretty good.
Starting a new chapter.
I think it's really important that
transparency
people
and the
make it known how important that next step in their life is. The fact that they're doing it in a secure environment, you know? And you've got the fucking scales right there so that if people are like, oh, you know, like it's found out later on that he was incarcerated for a period of time, you could be like, yeah, I made that clear on my LinkedIn, you know? Like I had the fucking scales right there. What do you think that was supposed to represent? I think that's important. I really do. But anyways, let's move on to our next segment here. I think this is the most important one out of all of these, quite frankly. Because if you get to have an experience like this, you get to die a happy person, I think. You know? He dapped the fucking walrus up, dude. He dapped him up. And then after he dapped him up, Walrus was like, yeah, that's right. We're fucking bros up in this bitch. That walrus is in fact low-key chill. Because he's just hanging out, he's minding his business. You come up to that thing though? Hell yeah. On site. On site. So we've got here, you know, people are often confused about the whole no new wars thing. You know, what's the contradiction there? But I think Trump makes it very clear in this. It's not no new wars. It's no more wars. Yeah, he fixed it, folks. It's not more wars. It's no more war. I like it. It's got real, like, you open this up in like 1982 in the diner while you're smoking your stogie because you're still allowed to do that. You open it up and this is what you find in the funny section. I like that. It's got a charming kind of energy to it. We need more comic strips like this, ladies and gentlemen. It's kind of a lost art form, isn't it? Like, how often do you really come across comic strips like that, you know? No! New wars! Exactly! Exactly. You can make it work either way, whether it's more wars or new wars. You could do it either way. It's a very apt examination there. Re-examination. Anyways, we've gone through our silly segment, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you enjoyed. Anybody that was here just to have a lighthearted little laugh, it's time to depart. Unfortunately, time to go, because I had it brought to my attention in a conversation yesterday that there have been activities going on a former channel, on a former stomping ground of mine by the name of Gangster Ghost. And you know, real quick, before I get into that, I'm going to pin the comment that Big Bad Mama just put up with the restream link. By the way, anybody that's out there right now that's currently enjoying the stream, please hit that like button if you're enjoying the stream so far. But yeah, credit where credit is due. If anybody knows anything about me on YouTube, I kind of got my first start as far as like a place I would go and hang out with on a regular basis over first on Mark's. Well, first on Brett's technically, then on Mark's, and then a little bit on Proverbs Guys, and then on Gangster Ghosts, which is where I kind of stayed for the majority of my time. Because I really liked Gangster Ghost channel. Gangster Ghost channel, really cool channel for a long time. But unfortunately, a lot of people, myself included, have kind of seen the writing on the wall for a little while on the trajectory that the Gangster Ghost channel has been taking. And I'm not going to reveal any specifics as far as who sent this. And I'm not really going to get into the specifics of what they said. Just out of respect for them. But I received some communications from somebody that said that, and this was a long-time member of the community, somebody that's been around for a long time at this point. They said that they're not going to be going around there anymore. They're just not interested. And that kind of prompted me and a couple other people to go and investigate what was going on. Because I am not the only person that's kind of left that channel behind. Unfortunately. A lot of people have. Because of the direction it's been taking. And what direction am I referring to? You might be wondering. Yes, by the way, Peter, I do see you backstage. I'm just going to get through this point and then bring you on. Well, direction of things like this. Right? Because I don't think the majority of the people on the stream noticed what was going on here. And I don't think that it was Gangster Ghost that set up the names the way that they are here. I think that was a certain individual by the name of Gaytard Preteen that decided that he was going to set things up that way. The man with the shit-eating little smirk over in the right hand of the corner. Because, as he has said over on Lupin's channel, he can take over, quote-unquote, and destroy, quote-unquote, whatever channel he wants. And for those that are unaware, the Carp 1488, Mr. Wayne 1488, Clayvon Martin 1488, Wildheart 1488. What's that number that's there, I wonder? Well, when you look into it, it's actually a alt-right white supremacist dog whistle that is specifically designed to try and invoke white supremacist tendencies. So Clay has come onto the show. He's added a whole bunch of shit to people's names that they wouldn't want. I know for a fact that Christian Pike has never associated himself with white nationalism or anything of the sort. And yet it's still getting added anyway. And why? Because he's trying to ruin the show. What's that over on Terry Strange's name? Oh, it's 2 lightning bolts. I wonder what that has an association with. Which major political organization had 2 lightning bolts associated with it? And you know what? It's not even like I'm outraged, right? Because it'd be one thing if I was like, oh my gosh, that's so beyond the pale. It's so outrageous that you did that. I'm just trying to point out the unfortunate state of affairs that exists on that channel at this point. Because people like Clay have come in and ruined it. They've made it a cesspit of white nationalism and alt-right talking points. And that is why a majority of people that used to be in his community are no longer part of his community anymore. It's because they don't want to associate themselves with things like that, right? So, I'm not really going to try to throw all that much shade at Logan. Because, in spite of the fact that we've gone our separate ways, I really just can't. I don't... It just feels wrong to do something like that. Because there was just such a prolonged period of such authentic and real friendship there between the two of us that I really just can't. I don't really have it in me to do something like that. So instead, I'm just going to say that Clay is an idiot. And that Clay is actively trying to run that channel into the ground. Those were put on users re-examination. What the heck is going on? Were these put on users, or did the users choose those characters in their lower third? No, those were put on them. So, ultimately, the only one that didn't have it, I think, in the screenshot is Daniel. Because you've got Plastic White African, which usually he's just called Plastic African. Daniel J. Newman is the only one that doesn't have it changed, because I think his name wasn't changed yet at that point. But it's just a sad and sorry state of affairs, is what it really is. When this is the level of just, let's face it, just fucking degeneracy that this gets driven to from a guy that is actively trying to ruin this guy's channel. It's unfortunate. It really is. Anyways, I had some people, including a certain individual from Florida, ask me on a number of occasions, do you have a church you could recommend me? There's a church that I'm really looking for. I just haven't been able to find one. You know? I've looked high, I've looked low, I've looked all over the place, and for some reason, I just can't find a church. Well, I've heard of one that I wanted to tell you about. And that is a church by the name of St. Martin in the Field Episcopal Church. Look at that. It's got wheelchair access. It's even good for Terry. Look at that, Terry. You could join in. So let's take a look. St. Martin in the Field Episcopal Church seems to be a Baptist church. Now, unfortunately, it is, in fact, in Edwardsville, Kansas, in the United States. So it's a bit of a drive from Florida. It's a bit of a long-distance trip compared to what you would typically do. But let's take a look at some reviews associated with the church. So we got Jessica Wells, who says, I've grown up attending this church, was baptized and confirmed here. Great atmosphere. Tucked back in the woods, we often see deer grazing in the field. Scout groups enjoy camping on the grounds, and church groups have taken joy in using the fire pit behind the church. My favorite service is our Blessing of the Animals service. And I'm pretty sure that the person I'm talking about was looking to volunteer at a animal sanctuary. Let's think about that. You'd have a whole service dedicated to the blessing of animals. I think that is quite a good overlap, if you ask me. That's one of the things that really stuck out to me about this place. This quaint little church, you know? Because it's out here in the woods, you know? Isn't that quaint? All these fields that surround this woods. And there's just this lovely little town and this lovely little community over here as well that's tucked right over there. Oh, it's so quaint. I think this would be really good. Let's read another review, though. Been going here since 1995. Nice, relaxed family atmosphere. I really enjoy the potluck dinners. Sunday school offered for youth and Wednesday evening Bible study offered for adults. Looks like a good place. We only have one person here, Queen Girl Gang Fisher. 5 years ago, gave this a 1-star review. So, not quite sure why that would be the case. But yeah, not a bad place if you ask me. I just wanted to give you a quick recommendation as far as that church was concerned. Anybody out there that's looking for a nice animal-oriented, family-oriented church, go check that place out. Looks good. Aiden is supporting giving animals false hope. I know. My bad. Peter, thank you so much for your patience, kind sir. I'm going to bring you up on the stage at this point. Anybody else that wants to join, by the way, feel free. The link is out there, posted in the side chat.
That's kind of a weird
today,
show,
Peter.
isn't it?
What's that?
It's kind of a weird show.
Hey,
I mean, you could. I think.
You know,
I think
Peter-
you're right.
Peter-
You could endorse a church that is liked because of anything but a church service. Got animals. It's got a nice.
it's got a nice little
environment.
animal service, Peter. It's got
Yeah.
it's nice.
The weird thing is, why is it called in the field when it's in the woods?
that's
Is that
actually
an American-
that's actually a fair
American
point.
thing.
Well, there was
mean-
a kind of field over there. If you go back, there's a little field.
Yeah, there's a
Sounds
field
that way.
somewhere else, but we're pretending we're there. Teleporting. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Also, you might be the only YouTube creator I know of that's ever admitted to what you just admitted to, and we're kind of proud of it.
I don't
I
care.
mean,
I don't care.
the fact that your views double when you shut up should be a sign, Aiden. I mean, on my channel, it's the opposite.
No, I think what that really proves is that I've got to kind of take a roller coaster approach, where sometimes I talk and sometimes I don't, so that I kind of like, you know how like in fishing, if you try to lure in a big fish, if you try to lure in a pike, for example, and you try to get it all at once, it's gonna snap the line more than likely. What you got to do is you got to give it a little slack, and then you got to reel it in, and then give it a little slack, and then reel it in. That's how you get that. Have you ever fished, Peter? Have you ever done some fishing in your life?
No, but if I were to caught a pike, my first question would be, Christian?
Exactly. I'm glad you caught the reference. Anyways,
I live literally a few meters from a creek, and I have my own private jetty,
ooh.
and I still don't fish.
And you don't fish
Because-
on that? What the hell? Why wouldn't
I
you
mean,
fish there?
the whole thing. You're gonna sit out there waiting for someone you don't know is coming. You don't know will ever come. You don't know who will come. What's the point?
I mean, what do you mean? Half of the point. All right. Oh, I feel like I'm talking to a child right now. Half of the point of fishing is the experience of being out there anticipating the catch. It's sitting there and just wondering to yourself, imagining in your mind, Peter. I know that in a world where everybody's surrounded by screens and they're surrounded by immediate entertainment. Oh, what's that over there? Oh, what's that over there? Oh my god, I can't have an attention span longer than 5 seconds because the algorithm has fucking tainted my mind. But you know what, Peter? I think there is merit, my friend, in just sitting on the dock of the bay.
I take my camera, or in more recent times, my drone, and I go out in nature and I try to spot some wildlife or cool birds or anything. So at least I get to move around and don't have to sit still the entire. That was my punishment when I was a child. I was ordered to get on the couch, don't move, don't bring any toys, and you can get off when I say so. So put me somewhere on a chair. That's punishment. Never gonna go away.
So what you're saying is that unfortunately your development got stunted in a way where you associate being stuck in one place. But that's just the thing, Peter. It's a thing of beauty that in a world where you could just get up at any point and just go do whatever, you've made the active choice. You've made the decision that you're just going to chill there and you're just going to go catch some fish. I think that's nice. I love the father-son dynamic when Peter comes on here. I know I'm the father and Peter is the son.
No, I am the father and my son is in chat. Again,
well, I'm your father.
Bitching about me.
I know it's a shocking revelation to you, Spooky, that I'm your grandfather here. By the way, everybody that's in the chat, you included, Peter. Have you liked the stream, Peter?
Not yet.
Not yet.
I mean, I'll have to experience something of the stream in order to see whether or not I like it. And when I like it, I like it. And if I don't, I don't.
Wow. That's
That's
far
how
too...
things work.
Sorry,
That's
Peter.
how
That's
things work in
far
reality.
far too reasonable of a set of expectations
Well, okay.
for this broadcast. I'm sorry
Let's make it 7. There you go.
7. Oh, wow.
see, now it says on my screen 6 watching, and you got 7 likes. That's not bad.
See, we've got different information. I've got 11 watching and 11 likes now, apparently. So we've got different sets of information here. Thank you, by the way, to the kind folk that have liked the stream. You know, it's not like Peter.
Yeah, it does.
You see, Peter benefits from the fruits of my labor. He does. He's here. He's on this platform that I've so generously provided for him, might I add. And then what does he do? Oh, you need to earn my like. Oh, I haven't liked anything that's on the stream yet. Oh, I'm sorry, Peter. Let me get you your water that's cooled to exactly.
I don't drink water.
What do you mean you don't drink water?
No, only if you heat it up first and you put it through some coffee grinds. Then I'll drink water. Otherwise, I don't.
Rest in peace to Peter's teeth, ladies and gentlemen.
If you're caught in my neck of the woods with a bottle of water, people will talk to you in English because they're presuming that you're American.
You see, that's something that that's something I've heard about. Is that if you have a bottle of water on you and you're walking around, you're presumed to be American. And it's like I don't go out of my way to have a bottle of on me when I'm walking around, right? But every once in a while, if it's like a hot day, yeah, I'm going to carry around a bottle of water with me when I'm going around. Why not? Like, if it's the middle of summer, it seems like a pretty practical thing to have, isn't it?
Well, see, if it's a hot day and you're carrying around a bottle of water, it'll get warm, and then you're drinking warm water.
Oh, no.
What Europeans tend to do is go from one place to the next where they can have a cold drink.
No, hold on. Ice is a fucking foreign concept to Europeans. You guys don't like ice in your drinks. At least not in the UK. When I went around in the UK trying to find some place that had ice, they looked at me funny.
That's the dumbest thing ever.
What do you mean it's the dumbest thing ever?
So, okay, let me give you an example. Let's say you order a large Coke. They will first fill up your cup with ice, then put in a third of the volume in Coke, and you get your watered down Coke.
No, you see, you have a skewed perception of the ice method. You're not properly understanding how the ice method is employed. What you do is you just throw a few cubes in there. You don't need a whole bunch.
Water down your drink.
No, it really doesn't. Just a few ice cubes. Peter, do you know how much volume like 2 ice cubes take up? Not a lot.
Yes, but Americans are not satisfied with 2 ice cubes. There are tons of videos on YouTube.
No, I agree with you.
So
in America, they're unreasonable.
I'm going to say two things. IW Rocker. Follow him. If you haven't followed him, he's fantastic. He's based somewhere in the Chicago vicinity. And all he does is watch videos either from anywhere but the United States or Americans in Europe or abroad in general. And the difference is it's fantastic. It's where Americans come to see that they're not the greatest nation on the planet.
Never thought I'd see the day where Aiden's defending ice. Damn it, BS. You got me. Even Spooky's like, good one. Your son is out here saying good one. Damn. I got.
He got you.
But you know what I'm saying? I'm saying ice in limited amounts. You know? Americans are like, let's just throw ice in everything. And I'm just like, how about we just like have 1 or 2 cubes up in that bitch instead of just having like half of the drink. And you know what, Peter? Let me give you a cogent defense of why that's the case. Because you're going to get cooling, which I agree. You want a cold drink on top of the ice cubes. If you have a lukewarm drink that you're trying... Hold on. if you have a lukewarm drink and you're trying to cool that down with ice cubes, that's stupid. I agree. That's just backwards thinking.
It is even.
If you have a cold drink,
Yeah.
and you have ice cubes in that drink, it's going to keep it colder for longer. And that does have a utilitarian benefit. And on top of that, with just a couple of cubes, you get the extra fizz from the soda as you're drinking it. And tell me that you don't enjoy that extra bit of fizz. As if that's not just part of the whole sensation. Oh, you don't like it? Okay, then just drink flat pop then. Let me just open a can of Coke and leave it on the counter for a week. And then you enjoy it.
It is a proven thing that if it is hot outside,
right,
what you need to do is drink a hot drink. That will cool down your body because it will open up your blood vessels and get more cool from the outside to the inside of your body. This is how it works.
See, this is
what we've known for ages. And if it's still too hot for you, what you do is you go to a water tap, let it go so it's nice and cold, and hold your wrists underneath. And that will cool you down even better.
Now this is the pinnacle of Dutch thinking right here. Because rather than actually acknowledging the fact that it just on like a sensational level feels better that you drink a cold drink, you just want to throw that out and go, well, actually, proven to the science, it says something completely different. I don't care what the science says, Peter. You know what my argument is against that? My argument against that is that I'm a shaved ape, and when I drink the cold drink, my little shaved ape taste buds enjoy the sensation of the cold drink on a warm day more than a warm drink on a warm day.
Yeah,
why don't you put that in your fucking pipe and smoke it, bitch?
Because you're Canadian.
Why don't you put that in your pipe and smoke it?
In Europe, you don't want to do anything that makes you look American, and then everyone you engage with during the entire day will look down to you.
I know they'll look down, but that's just the thing is that you know what the biggest one that I heard of was the American lean. That's the one that I heard of. That's
another one.
Yeah,
you can spot an American from a distance.
I don't partake in that one. I must say I don't do the lean. However, there are aspects of the other ones like throw some fucking ice in your drink. That's not a horrible idea. If you want to have a water bottle. On a fucking
That's why we have one name for all American women. Just one name.
What's that?
Eileen.
Eileen? Like the least American name possible. I was thinking like Betty or Stacy or I don't know, something like that. But
it's
no, Eileen.
American. What were you talking about? The American what?
American what? American who?
You were talking about a phenomenon. The American.
That's really good. Good.
Takes a while for the penny to drop.
You know what, Peter? I've literally seen you take 3 times as long to get something that's twice as obvious. So how about we just?
I do that on purpose.
Oh, here's the defense, right? Here's the apologetics.
To annoy people.
Here's the apologetics. I did that on purpose. Okay. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure thing, Peter. We all believe you.
Try it out. It's a ton of fun. Try it out. Just pretending that you don't get a joke and see how frustrated the other party gets that you didn't get the joke and trying to make fun of you while explaining the joke and then finding out that the joke is on them.
But Peter, I have a question
Yes.
for you with that in mind. How do you know I didn't just do that to you right now?
You didn't.
Oh, but how do you know though?
No, you didn't. I can sense that.
Rock solid thinking right there. That's some rock solid logic right there. He didn't because I said he didn't. That's.
I have particular skills.
It's circular reasoning hour with Peter, everybody. Watch as Peter invents the wheel, except instead of an actual wheel, it's reason instead. No, anyways, Phantom says in the side chat, Peter's right. If I get ice in my drink, I get ice to the brim and then about 3 sips of drink. No, look, I'm not denying that in America they get it wrong. I'm not denying that. They fill the ice way too much in America. That's why you've got to have a small ice tray in your back pocket that you just apply some ice cubes to whenever you need them. In the field. It's like Hillary Clinton and the hot sauce in her purse. You remember that? She just had a bottle of hot sauce in her purse. You gotta have a thing of ice. You gotta have a little ice tray. Purpose made.
And I've got another tip for you. Have you seen these Americans with these enormous cups or bottles that they like to drink from? They've got what? 2-gallon cups or 2-gallon bottle. If you get your drink in a nice normal glass and you get it from the fridge, you don't even need ice because it's going to be cold until you finish the drink. Then you get a new one, which is then cold again.
Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out, though. Hear me out.
And with the exercise you get from going back and forth to the fridge, you look less American. Let's put it at that.
But hear me out there as well, though, right? What if you're on the go? What if you're not at home, you're on the go, and you have, like, you got a drink that needs to last you the whole day? Which has oftentimes happened to me. If I'm going out, and I've got an engagement at the museum, and then after the museum, I've got to go run some errands, and then after I'm done running those errands, I will grab one of those big, giant thermos cups and fill it up with, like, a bunch of tea or something like that, and I'll have that throughout the day. Like, that's useful. That's handy. You got to admit.
We have this concept called coolers.
No. Thermoses are handy.
No coolers.
No. Because what if you need to keep something warm, though?
Then you can switch the knob on the cooler and it will heat up instead of cool.
What do you mean by cooler? Do you mean like one of the blue tubs that you put other things into, like that kind of cooler?
I mean like an electric refrigerator,
right?
But then for your car, and you even have
who's more American
ones.
in their thinking? The guy that just automatically assumes when you go out that you have a car with you? Or the guy that when he's going out is actually walking to different places? I'm more Dutch than you, Peter.
I am riding a scooter, and underneath the saddle, I can have a tiny cooler in which I keep my drink either cold or hot, depending on how I set it, because it does both.
Right. I just find it.
If I want to bring coffee,
the narrative just
I have nice hot coffee wherever I go. All I have to do is stop the vehicle, lift up the saddle, and get whatever drink I brought with me.
You got to read my next message, Aiden. I salvage it and show how Peter's totally wrong. You're right, Phantom. I'm sorry. I didn't read the whole context. The good thing is the 3 sips don't last long, enough to get watered down. So Peter's wrong about that. That's true. He did destroy you in the next comment. What do you got to say about that, Peter? It's not even there long enough to get watered down.
I mean, Phantom must be talking about other people, because every single time you click on this channel, you will hear the guy on this channel talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. By the time he's finished talking to take those 3 sips, it is not just 3 sips of Coke, it's 3 sips of Coke and 1,200 sips of water, Phantom.
All I'm hearing
That's
is
how that works. We need to discuss it. You need to see the bigger picture.
Are the water your tears as you cry about how I do my show, Peter? Is that where the water is coming from? It's from all the tears that
Did
you're
I say
crying
that?
right now?
Remind me. Who said that when you shut up, the views double? Hold on. Remind me. Who said that on this show, that if you shut up...
Well, hopefully if the views double when I stop talking, the views will quadruple when Peter stops talking. So everybody be sure to like the stream for Peter no longer talking. You like that, huh? You like how I turned that around? Yeah.
I mean,
Once in a while. I got it.
Muting your guests is a sign of weakness.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, sure. Hey, that's
Go
all right.
on my channel. I think there's one guest that I had to mute
Oh,
in
really?
10 years.
In 10 years, there's one guest. Well, it just so happens that in the 2 months that I've been running this channel, there's been only one person that I've had to mute on a consistent basis as well. So we actually have that in common. We actually share that statistic, you know? So I don't know.
Has to be a Dutch guy.
It's true.
Can't be different.
It's true.
Can't
All
be
right.
different.
I have segments to get to, Peter. I have segments, and I've been going for almost an hour at this point because you've.
Okay, can I react to one thing that you did earlier?
Yes, you can.
I used to be friends with Gangsta Ghost, and that almost made me cry. That the picture you showed. I mean,
I know.
That is so sad.
It's
so sad.
I mean, if he would have asked me,
You know what it means, right? The 1488.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
14 words and then 2 additional ones.
Yeah, and then the 88 is Heil Hitler. No, I know.
Yes.
It's a bunch of alt-right dog whistling. And quite frankly, I'm glad that over here on this channel, that kind of stuff got tamped down on really early. Because there's people like Terry trying to come in here and trying to throw that shit around. And I was not having that whatsoever. I was like, look, if you want to come in here and hang out, you can go ahead. But if you want to fucking pollute this chat and try to make it a cesspit like so many of the other places in this fucking community are at this point. And unfortunately, it doesn't even look like Logan's having a lot of fun right now. It really doesn't. When you look at his streams and you look at what's going on compared to the streams that were just a few years, like just a year back, for fuck's sake. It's just night and day. Where it's, there's a couple of people there like Bruce that were there a year ago, and there's people arguing with Bruce about the exact same talking points that they were arguing about a year ago. But you know what the difference was a year ago? Those arguments with Bruce were kind of interspliced by moments of levity and joking around and friendship. And unfortunately, the joking around went from like fairly lighthearted jabs toward one another, you know, like friends typically do, to like, let's kill all the J words, everybody. Like, that's the jokes, quote unquote, that are getting thrown around there nowadays. So I don't see what the end goal really is for a channel that's hosting that kind of content. What kind of audience do you really think you're attracting when you allow that kind of content to just go on totally unabated? I don't know.
Speaking of audience, Spooky, this was 2 minutes.
Okay.
See?
Yeah, I do. I do indeed. Oh, come on, BS. Come on. Come on. So I go, I mean, Jesus, man. Come on. It's not nice. It's not nice at all.
Well, being Dutch, it's not nice, but it is funny.
Oh, I mean, some people may find, I don't know, man. It's like what I said. I don't have it in me when it comes to him. Anyways, I'm gonna move
wait
on.
until you get older and it becomes much, much easier.
We'll see. We'll see. Anyways, let's move on to our next segment that we have here, which is the beginning of our Epstein Files segment. I don't have the reverb, but I will be able to do that at some point.
Can't you watch something more fun? I mean, I did come across a video recently that I will send you a link to.
Peter, did you miss the silly segment,
hold on.
sir? Did you miss the silly segment?
Yeah, I missed the silly segment. I was out.
Right, but I did the silly segment though, Peter. It was a whole thing.
But I wasn't here for that.
Oh, therefore, are you a solipsist, Peter? I didn't realize that because you weren't there for it.
No, it's just that I can't watch what already happened while taking part what is happening.
Sure you can.
What is
it's
happening
just
now.
called a lack of ambition. That's what that is. You could absolutely.
No.
It's within your capability to pull up on a second monitor.
It's a lack of commitment, Aiden.
Exactly, a lack of ambition. You're just equivocating at this point. Oh, it's not ambition,
No.
it's commitment. Well, what do you think makes up ambition, Peter?
No.
Do you think what Christopher Columbus was setting forth
Hold on. Ambition is striving towards a well-worthy goal.
Oh, well,
commitment.
Oh, Hitler didn't have ambition.
Can be used
Hitler didn't have ambition.
to do the exact opposite.
Now, Stalin didn't have ambition. No ambition there, because you could only have ambition if you're striving toward a good thing. That's ridiculous, Peter. That doesn't follow. I'll debate you right here, right now, Peter. I'll destroy you. How many debates have you been in, Peter? What's your debate resume? Let's hear it. Let's hear it laid out right here, right now.
My debate resume. I don't know.
You're at a job interview right now.
About 100, but I don't debate. I have conversations, which is different.
Oh, I see. So let the record state that
because
Peter did a runner.
Debates are useless.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you as you were running away from the debate. Could you say that a little louder?
No, debates are useless. I'm not running away from debates. I find them useless, and they are.
Okay. I think Peter's been pretty thoroughly exposed here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to throw him out of the room.
I only have to say 2 words to prove my point. Gish and gallop.
Oh, I have a cogent point that has to take more than 5 seconds to be made. Therefore, it's a gish gallop. I see, Peter. I understand. I have a low attention span. Therefore, Aiden's gish galloping. Okay, I see.
No, that's my reason why I don't do debates.
Whoa, Aiden's getting his name put on blast. I know, right? I've got Peter, the 100 debate but not debate wonder, over here.
Yeah. So, but to finish my sentence, I have a video that I will link you to, and maybe one day, if you don't have anything to do, we can go over and review a Dutch guy and point out how incredibly stupid he is.
We could definitely
because he's funny. I think in a weird way.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind doing that at all. But yes, I'm gonna get to my segment now, though, Peter. So, if you
it's been a long time, Answers in Atheism, that you agreed with me, but I'm glad you do. How are the raccoons? Now, Aiden has no clue what I'm talking about, but there are raccoons.
There are raccoons.
Well, we'll wait for the answer.
I'll let you get
how the raccoons are doing.
I'll let you get your answer, and then I'm putting you backstage for now, Peter, because you're going to get in the way of the segments. You're going to be a disruptor. Unless you agree right now.
No,
Are you going to behave, Peter? Are you going to behave?
I just showed Spooky that I can shut up for 2 minutes. I can do it for even longer.
All right, but this is my like Forrest Gump moment with you, though, right? This is the moment.
Why did you send off the raccoons? They got up to 60.
Oh my god. Okay, it got a little out of control then. Got a little bit. The raccoon.
That's what happens if you feed them every day.
Took off.
The group grows larger because they're smart.
Was expected. That's funny right there. All right. You're going to behave, Peter? You're going to be on your best behavior?
No, but I can be quiet for a bit.
All right. I suppose that's good enough for now.
No, that's honest.
That's good enough for now, is what it is.
No, it's honest. It's not good. It's honest.
Oh, okay. You got to tell me what it is? All right. Sorry, do you want to answer that again? Which one was it?
Honest.
Damn it, I can't actually waterboard him right now. Otherwise, it would be way more effective as a strategy. If you could be like, which one is it, Peter? He'd probably still say honest.
Honest.
Yeah, you probably would still say honest. He's that obstinate. I wouldn't be surprised at that point. Not at all. All right. I'm going forward with this, though.
Were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect from all the great things Donald Trump has done.
Were there any...
So it took her a minute to figure out what her ingenious answer to that pretty simple inquiry was. And her answer to that inquiry was to deflect by claiming deflection. Excellent, Pam Bondi. I wonder why it is that, according to my journalist of the month, Big Bad Mama, who sent me this next article. So Peter can't even get mad at it, folks. It was sent to me by Big Bad Mama. Attorney General Pam Bondi subpoenaed to answer questions from Congress about the Epstein files. That is quite the photo right there. That's quite the still. She kind of looks like a blobfish right there, if I'm being honest. Washington
It fits in with another group. I'll get you the picture. You'll like it.
I will. I'm sure I will. Washington, AP. Attorney General Pam Bondi was subpoenaed Tuesday to answer questions from Congress about the Justice Department's sex trafficking investigation of Jeffrey Epstein and the agency's handling of millions of files related to the disgraced financier. Bondi was ordered to appear for a deposition on April 14th by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform after a vote earlier this month that was supported by the Republicans. The Justice Department's failure to fend off the subpoena from the Republican-led committee underscores widespread discontentment among President Donald Trump's own base over Bondi's management of the review and release of a trove of documents from the criminal investigation into Epstein. Quote, the committee has questions regarding the Department of Justice's handling of the investigation into Jeffrey Epstein and his associates, and its compliance with the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Representative James Comer, the Republican chairman, said in a letter to Bondi. Quote, as Attorney General, you are directly responsible for overseeing the department's collection, review, and determinations regarding the release of files pursuant to the Epstein Files Transparency Act. And the committee therefore believes that you possess valuable insight into these efforts, he wrote. The department on Tuesday called the subpoena, quote, completely unnecessary. Bondi and Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche were expected to provide a private briefing Wednesday to members of the committee. Quote, lawmakers have been invited to view the unredacted files for themselves at the Department of Justice, and the Attorney General has always made herself available to speak directly with members of Congress, the department said in a statement. The agency said that it looks forward to, quote, continuing to provide policymakers with the facts. The Trump administration has faced constant political headaches since the rollout of the files began in December, with critics accusing the department of hiding certain documents and over-redacting files in some cases. Victims have slammed the department for sloppy redactions that revealed their sensitive information. The Justice Department has fiercely defended its handling of the Epstein files, saying that it worked as quickly and diligently as possible to review and release millions of documents required under the law. The department has denied any accusations that it used redactions to protect certain people or improperly withheld certain materials, and it has said that it immediately worked to fix any redaction errors raised by victims. So yeah, Pam Bondi and the Justice Department in general. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Keep that picture and then make me full screen. See if there's.
Let's see. All right, hold on. Let's see whether we've got a... Hold on. I'm going to see if I can... Can I move you over here? Yeah, I can. All right. I see it. I see it. I wouldn't
These
have
are
been
the
able to see
faces
it.
of the Kennedy Center Board. They must have gotten the group discount from the plastic surgeon. That's what it says on mine.
You know, I wouldn't have been able to see it without the direct comparison between the two, but yeah, no, I see it. It's there for sure. Anyways, let's get back to... Or no, I already read everything here, so I'm going to instead exit out. Thank you for the comparison, by the way, Peter. I appreciate it. So,
That worked.
I missed this particular article when it first came out. However, I'm going to read it now because it's pertinent to the next segment on this show. So keep that in mind. Keep that in your back pocket. Trump said that he banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. A lawmaker who reviewed unredacted files says they tell a different story. A Democratic lawmaker who's reviewed unredacted portions of the Jeffrey Epstein files with the help of Reddit users says that they directly contradict President Donald Trump's account of barring Epstein from Mar-a-Lago. Rep. Maxwell Frost told Time that multiple witness statements in the files refute Trump's claim that he expelled the convicted sex offender from the Palm Beach Club in 2007. Frost said that he plans to disclose further details in a speech on the House floor in the coming weeks, where members of Congress are shielded from defamation lawsuits under the Constitution's speech or debate clause. Quote, I read many documents that completely refute what Donald Trump has said in terms of his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, Frost said, adding that there was a, quote, specific document in the files containing multiple witness accounts that contradict the president's version of events. Trump said in 2025 that he banned Epstein after learning the financier had recruited young female spa workers away from Mar-a-Lago. But the New York Times previously reported that Trump told associates that he removed Epstein for a different reason, that Epstein had behaved inappropriately toward the teenage daughter of a club member. Frost also said that he reviewed material that he believes undermines statements made by Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick about his relationship with Epstein.
May I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What was the inappropriate behavior towards the daughter of a member? He didn't notice her? Never mind.
I mean, who knows? Honestly, unfortunately, with the vagueness of a claim like that, it's...
No, it's the fact that Trump made that claim. So.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It does kind of put things into a bit of a different light. There's different kinds. There's the clear glass kind, the tinted window kind, and also the lead plate kind of transparency.
There's no such thing as kinds. They're clades.
Peter is
been working with a certain individual too long to not do that.
I was about to say, Peter is so R and raw pilled that he just feels the need to say that anytime that he hears the word kind brought up in a context like that. Which
is a nice segue. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central, we will be doing a show with Alra on Natalia Reagan's channel.
Oh, nice. Well, everybody be sure to go check that out for sure. By the way...
And he's probably going to be mad with him because I called him today and apparently I woke him up.
If we're doing plugs at this point, if you haven't liked the stream, please do like the stream. It would be greatly appreciated as it helps the channel grow and helps content like this get out to a wider audience, which, while it's certainly not my primary goal doing this channel...
I'm scared there for a moment.
It's definitely a nice not afterthought. That's not the right way of putting it. It's a nice consequence of people hitting the like button. Plus, it makes me feel real special inside. Anyways, Let's
Don't
continue.
ever say since we're doing plugs when there's a Dutch guy around, because
Why?
he will
Why?
he will think that you're devolving into butt stuff. So
God. Peter, what did I tell you about behaving? I'm gonna fucking mute you if you keep this up.
I'm
You keep this
behaving
up?
very Dutch.
Link? Oh, the link is in the chat.
Yeah, so there's no link yet, but you were going into the butt stuff.
God.
But
Peter.
there's a link to Natalia's channel and to the live streams.
Oh, link to that.
Natalia is currently still in between redwoods. She sent me fantastic pictures of giant redwoods.
That's awesome.
So
right.
that's probably why
Peter.
the stream isn't up yet.
Peter, I'm getting back to the segment, all right?
Yeah, we're gonna get a.
Thank you very much. This is obviously the administration engaged in some sort of cover-up, because we said we don't want any redactions unless it's victim names, he said during a phone interview from Orlando, Florida. That's it. Victim names. Not to protect friends of Donald Trump, not to protect billionaires and elites in this country, the names of victims, which is why there were several names of victims still released anyway. In response to a request for comment, a White House spokesman directed time to a video clip of remarks Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt delivered last week. In the clip, Leavitt said Trump, quote, kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club at Mar-a-Lago because, frankly, Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and said the president, quote, cut off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was honest and transparent about that for years and years. Frost is one of the dozens of members of Congress who have access to the unredacted version of the Epstein files. Since Congress passed the law that demands the release of the full Epstein files in November, congressional members and committees have sent letters to the DOJ demanding to see unredacted versions of the Epstein files. As bipartisan lawmakers head to the Department of Justice to dig through caches of documents, congressional Democrats are assigning documents to lawmakers to make sure that they are not viewing the same ones. Quote, we need to essentially divide and conquer and try to figure out how we can put this picture together with the limited time that we have in there, they said. Frost, the 29-year-old progressive congressman widely viewed as part of a rising generation reshaping the Democratic Party, described the emotional toll of confronting the material firsthand. Elected in 2022 as the first Gen Z member of Congress, Frost has used his online platform to update followers on his review of the Epstein files. But he told Time that the day that he went into the DOJ to review the Epstein files was a quote-unquote rough day for him. Quote, reading about what happened to these girls, to these children, to these teens, it messes you up. It really does. And it shows you just how real this whole thing is, he said. Frost has turned to Reddit to help identify specific document numbers to review after keyword searches yielded an unimaginable number of results. His post in a subreddit on the platform dedicated to the Epstein files quickly generated thousands of leads, pointing to specific documents amongst the 3.5 million newly released files, many of which were heavily redacted. Frost said that his team then compiled 11 pages of document numbers that Reddit users provided. Quote, honestly, crowdsourcing information from the people is something politicians need to do more of, Rep. Maxwell said. We don't know everything. We have a limited staff, but out there are people who are combing through these documents, who themselves have put pieces together that maybe we haven't even thought of. So yeah, this is a very relevant piece of documentation. However, what some of the people who would try to dismiss this would inevitably say is, oh, well, this is just one guy's claims. He doesn't actually have the documents in front of him. They're just witness statements. There's nothing really all that firm there from either Epstein or any of Epstein's associates or Trump or any of Trump's direct associates. That's what they'd probably try to use to try and dismiss the validity of this story. So, with that in mind, let us move on to the next segment here. So, this comes directly from Forbes breaking news. This is Goldman unveils unredacted file that, quote, disputes everything Trump has said about Epstein. Let's take a look at that.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss this administration's massive cover-up of the Epstein files in order to conceal President Trump's involvement. This cover-up reached its apex last month when Attorney General Pam Bondi falsely testified under oath before the House Judiciary Committee. The Attorney General testified, quote, "There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that," unquote. This is a lie. In the 3 million or so documents that the DOJ has disclosed to Congress under the Epstein Files Transparency Act, there is credible evidence that Donald Trump committed a crime. And that, of course, excludes the nearly 3 million pages that the DOJ is refusing to turn over. Donald Trump is mentioned thousands of times in the Epstein files. There are multiple allegations that he sexually assaulted young girls. But I want to focus on one victim's allegations that the FBI unquestionably found to be credible. The DOJ tried to hide reports of 3 of the 4 interviews that this victim gave to the FBI, but pressure from the media and Congress forced them to disclose them. And now we know why. She credibly accuses Donald Trump of sexually assaulting her when she was between 13 and 15. In each of her interviews, this victim recited the same account of her interaction with Donald Trump. On August 7th, 2019, she explained that she was between 13 and 15 when she was left alone with Donald Trump, who, quote, mentioned something to the effect of, "Let me teach you how little girls are supposed to be." Trump unzipped his pants and put her head down, quote, down to his penis, bit the S out of it. Trump struck the victim and said words to the effect of, "Get this little B the hell out of here." The victim advised that she bit Trump's penis because he disgusted her. She provided some additional details in the next interview 2 weeks later, and then a month later, she met again with the FBI and asked, quote, what the point would be of providing the information at this point in her life when there was a strong possibility nothing could be done about it. She didn't speak to the FBI again. But the FBI certainly found her story credible. In a 21-page PowerPoint presentation that the FBI made to prosecutors, they included this victim's testimony. They would not have done so if they did not find the evidence credible, which means that Attorney General Bondi lied when she stated under oath that there is no evidence that Donald Trump committed a crime. But we're just scratching the surface, because the Epstein files also reveal that Donald Trump has made false statements over the past quarter century about Jeffrey Epstein. We know in 2002 he called him a terrific guy and said, quote, "It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side." In a birthday card, 2003, that Donald Trump gave to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday, Donald wrote for himself that we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Enigmas never aged. Have you noticed that? A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday. And may every day be another wonderful secret. But in that same year, Palm Beach County opened an investigation into Epstein that eventually was turned over to the FBI. The investigation became public in 2006, and the Palm Beach County police chief received a call quickly after from Donald Trump, where Trump told him, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." What innocent person calls the police chief about an investigation upon just learning about it? The recent documents also show that Jeffrey Epstein emailed Ghislaine Maxwell and said, quote, "I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Redacted victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned." Trump also denied that he ever went on Epstein's plane. But of course, the Southern District of New York said that he was on his plane 8 times, often with young women. The reason why this matters is because we don't have half of the Epstein files. And if the Attorney General is covering this up in such a degree that she is redacting things from Congress, that she then redacting things from the public that she then shows to Congress, what else is she covering up? And I would just show that this document here was redacted to the public, it was unredacted to Congress, and it completely disputes everything that Donald Trump has said about Jeffrey Epstein, about what he knew about the allegations, about his disgusting behavior, about whether he'd ever been to Epstein's house, saying, "I may have been there with my wife." Asked if any young girls were there. No. He may have had children of guests, but that's it. Well, we know that's not the case. Now, why is this important? Because if the Attorney General is covering up this information that she then reveals to Congress, what else is she covering up about Donald Trump's involvement in the Epstein files? I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain, again, from engaging in
So yeah, that is the current Epstein Files segment that I have for you, ladies and gentlemen. Those are all the updates that I was able to find. Big Bad Mama in the side chat says, so Trump said that everybody knows about Epstein. So in the best case scenario, he knew but didn't report these serious crimes. Right. Even when you try to steelman Trump's story and steelman his point of view, he sent that birthday card to Epstein, knowing what Epstein was up to. So at the absolute best, he was being tongue-in-cheek about crimes that he knew that were being committed with this man, even if he wasn't necessarily, in this best case scenario, participating in them himself, right? So the implications are off the chain as far as Trump is concerned. And the only way that we're actually going to be able to find out, or at least the best chance that we have of finding out, is if he actually gets subpoenaed and he gets taken to court. Because let's face it, while that's not going to be a very pleasant precedent to set, to put the President of the United States on trial, if ever there was a time where that was necessary in order to get to the actual fucking truth of what is happening here, it's now. This is the time. Because if he is indeed innocent, then that is going to be borne out in the trial. Is the trial inevitably going to damage his reputation one way or the other? There's obviously an argument that's going to be made for that. Yes. But I don't think that's much of a concern for the average everyday person who gets caught up and implicated in things like this. 1 second, Peter. I'm just going to finish up what I'm saying really quick, and then I'll let you have that question. The average everyday person gets implicated on the level of Donald Trump in sex trafficking like this. There would be no question that that person would be sitting in front of a jury, and that jury of people would have access to the full breadth and depth of evidence implicating that person in association with said ring. However, that's not the case with Trump, and it's very clear that the reason why that is the case is because Trump is the President of the United States. Go ahead, Peter.
So, aren't we at the point already where if Trump's reputation gets damaged, that means that he's going to look better.
I really don't see how it would make him look better.
I mean, can't get worse, right? I mean,
you say that, man. You
just
say
curious.
that.
Have you heard what a famous French general had to say about Trump? I thought that was really nice.
I did not.
French General Michel Yakovlev humiliates Trump for begging Europe to get involved in his Iran war. He says it would be like buying cheap tickets for the Titanic after it hit the iceberg.
I love how he's French and yet has the most Russian-sounding last name ever. At the same time.
and a sense of humor, which the French aren't that famous for either. But
I mean, are the Russians? Anyways, let's thank you for that, by the way. I appreciate you telling me about that, because
and one thing you didn't notice is, because you asked me earlier what would happen if I were to catch a pike. We caught one in the chat, but I think he got away.
He did get away, unfortunately. It's because you didn't lure him in over time. You let the fucking line break, Peter. You let the line break, and he got away. What the hell, man? What'd you do that for? What'd you do that for? Come on. I paid good money for that line. Anyways, moving on to our next segment. We have Donald Trump out here saying,
I love when I give endorsements and people win. But you know what? They don't lose. You know, I don't know. I guess it would be illegal. Could you imagine if I could say they spend millions and millions and millions of dollars on a campaign? They're losing, and they beg me for an endorsement. I give them an endorsement. They win by 30 points, and I get nothing. If I could sell that, is there a way? Do we have any of our legal people here? Marco's close enough. Is there a way I could get paid for that, Marco? I'd make a lot. They spend millions of dollars, and I give it for nothing. I could, even if I put it into the Treasury of the United States, it would be pretty good, right, Marco? But Marco's saying this is not a good idea.
I love how he says, even if I put it into the Treasury, as though that's like a secondary idea. Like, the first priority is trying to get it personally for himself. But, you know, if he has to, I guess maybe he'll put it into the Treasury of the United States, of which he totally hasn't also taken out massive sums, like the $10 billion he did for the Board of Peace, or his attempted suing of his own government via his lawsuit currently going on with the IRS that he filed under his current presidential term. You know, just things like that. Never mind that, though.
Yeah.
I love it how
but it's an honor
the
to do. It's an honor to
microphone
have.
is done with Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true. What's with the 2007 podcaster fucking microphone for the president of the United States? Can we get a little bit better quality up in here, please? Can we get something that's better than a tin can with a condenser mic like pop filter?
Why though?
Why though? Because I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess it is kind of like indicative of like the falling nature of the American empire, that even the president needs to get on a mic that goes every single time he tries to speak.
Make microphones great again.
That's right. But that's the majority. Well, hold on. Let's double check. I'm going to go back just a little bit and make sure that's everything that was pertinent.
But Marco's saying this is not a good idea.
Right, that's what I wanted to hear. Yeah, Marco's saying that that's not a good idea because I'm pretty sure Marco Rubio, and I could be wrong about this, somebody could correct me, but I'm pretty sure Marco Rubio has a background in law on some level. So Marco Rubio is saying that that's not a good idea because that directly infringes on 18 U.S. Code 201, which deals with the bribery of public officials and witnesses. Oh. I have somebody that just entered the backstage. It seems to be Achilles. Welcome, Achilles, to the I'll tell you what, Aiden. I'll give you $1 million if you stop this segment right now, Aiden. I'll give you $1 million.
Well, God bless the United States. God bless them.
United States.
Man, don't get me wrong. Some presidents have had gaffes, man. But there hasn't been anything on the level of this guy right here. It's just on a whole other.
Dude, people can say that I'm like biased against him, but they don't understand that I go out and I'm trying to have discussions with people here in Greece, and they keep asking me, because I'm into this, dude, what's wrong with that guy? I'm like, what do you mean? Like, how can he be a president of the most important country right now? Like, how is that possible? People ask, like, how is this possible? The guy can't even. I got a question for you, for the panel here. What did he respond when he got asked recently, like I don't know, a couple of days ago? Who would he want to reincarnate as?
Oh, I didn't hear this. I'm not sure.
Oh, I got it for
I'm
you.
going for Jesus.
That probably either Jesus or like I don't know. Yeah,
So that's the thing. That's the answer that every single human being would suspect. He would like pick up some important personality out there, but there's no other personality, guys. So check this out. Tell me if you don't have audio.
Okay.
Ask people this question. I think it's super interesting. Could come back in history and reincarnate and like be able to experience someone else's life. Who would you come back in history as?
That's a very interesting question. Maybe Donald Trump.
Of course. Of course.
But of course, right?
He didn't give that a moment's of like hesitation either. He wasn't even like, let me think that over really quick. Nope.
The fact that the guy emphasized the question, whose life would you want to experience? He's not experiencing his own life right now. I mean,
that's true. I want to do it all over again, Peter. I want to do it again.
I think we saw several things of that. Him falling asleep at important meetings and stuff.
And even the way he says, how an interesting question that was, like he looks like he's hypnotized. Look at this.
That's a very interesting question.
That's true. He just took like 3 Valium when he said that. He's like a ghoul from Fallout. That's a very interesting question.
I mean, that would be the sound Satan made if you tickled him.
That's the spot.
Oh wow, yeah, I can stroke my own ego even more overtly than I usually do right now. Yeah, you're right. Really kind of
I think Achilles, that at this point Satan would be legible for suing you for libel, because comparing him with Trump, that's making him look worse.
Especially like South Park Satan. Like South Park Satan never did anything as bad as Trump. I'm just putting that out there. South Park Satan wasn't on Epstein Island. Okay, he was hanging out with Saddam the entire time. Okay.
Right. Let's let me just continue for that 20 seconds because he explains why.
All right, let's do it.
Maybe Donald Trump right now. I think Donald Trump right now. My life is very exciting. I have to be honest. I'm thinking about other lives. I think my life is maybe more exciting.
I always ask.
Wow. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
There you go. Right.
Sitting on a golf course all day and
so exciting.
Yeah.
Killing people abroad so people don't ask about the files anymore. That's exciting, man. It's good time.
You think about the brave like adventurers and explorers of human history. You think of like
that was like boring.
Yeah, who cares, right? Oh, we crossed the Atlantic for the first time. Oh, boring. Lame. Who cares about that? The Polynesians crossing the Pacific Ocean and like literally thousands of years ago with primitive rafts. Who cares about that? I'm sure they were literally asleep while
discovering
they were navigating
America.
Who cares? I'm sure Hernan Cortez, when he was meeting with Moctezuma for the first time, the Emperor of the Aztecs, just was like, what? Oh, sorry.
I wish I could be Trump right now.
Yeah.
Dude, these are profound times. Like, we've never seen narcissism not reincarnated into a person. So we have a good example. Like, psychiatrists now have something to point to. Like, yeah,
Right.
there, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And he has guns. That's the worst part. He has like the greatest military budget that this earth has ever seen on his hands. Run!
Basically, yeah. It seems like a pretty reasonable reaction. But
He's like a baby with Uzis. That's what.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, right.
So going on to our next part of our segment here. This is the beginning of our Iran War segment. You came just in time, Achilles. You showed up just in time. we got a big, lengthy Trump tweet here, and I'm just gonna tell you right now. Maybe this was like, maybe the first draft of this was written by Trump, and some of
For a minute, I read South Park Gasfield. Stop messing with my brain.
Sorry about that. My bad. But anyways, yeah, we've got here. Oh, sorry, my screen blacked out there for a second. Israel, out of anger for what's taken place in the Middle East, has violently lashed out at a major facility known as the South Park gas field in Iran. A relatively small section of the whole has been hit. The United States knew nothing about this particular attack, and the country of Qatar was in no way, shape, or form involved with it, nor did they have any idea that it was going to happen. Isn't that so nice of Trump to say that about Qatar? It seems like he's really trying to like advocate for a smaller country during a oh wait. Then you kind of like remember who are the people that financed his nice new jet that he's flying around in right now? What were the group of people that did? Oh, right. It was the Qataris. So I think that kind of puts things into a better perspective. Anyways, unfortunately, Iran did not know this or any of the pertinent facts pertaining to the South Pars attack. You can see, you're at least beginning to see now why I think that this got ran through another editing through somebody else. Because when the hell has Trump in the middle of a speech been like, any of the pertinent facts pertaining to anything? He hasn't done that. He doesn't have the vocabulary for that. To the South Pars attack, and unjustifiably and unfairly attacked a portion of Qatar's LNG gas facility. No more attacks will be made by Israel pertaining to this extremely important and valuable South Pars field, unless Iran unwisely decides to attack a very innocent, in this case Qatar, in which instance the United States of America, with or without the help or consent of Israel, will massively blow up the entirety of the South Pars gas field at an amount of strength and power that Iran has never seen or witnessed before. I do not want to authorize this level of violence and destruction because of the long-term implications that it will have on the future of Iran. But Qatar's LNG is again attacked. Qatar's LNG is again attacked, I will not hesitate to do so. Thank you for your attention in this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So yeah, basically Trump is threatening to guillotine Iran's entire energy sector for the South Pars gas field. That's not to say that that's all of their petroleum, that's not all of their LNG that they have, but it is a good majority of the liquid natural gas that Iran has access to. And if indeed Trump does launch an attack on that and sets fire to it and destroys it, the environmental implications that will have. He's talking about the implications on Iran, but he's not thinking about the fucking environmental implications when he's saying
he never did
this.
The
He's
drill baby drill guy.
Right. So instead of that, he's thinking about, well, if we're able to conquer Iran and put in a puppet government like we did in the 70s, maybe we'll be able to make something work, and maybe we'll be able to get all the oil out of there. That's what he's fucking thinking of when he's saying that.
If I may intervene, if you
Go ahead.
if you don't want to continue, I had a phone call, so I didn't get to hear you reading it and your comments. So maybe what I'm going to say, you already said it. But let me just get it off my chest. The reason he made that post is because Israel, or them, because I don't see them as a separate entity, they bombed the LNG natural resort, which just it's a field. And then Iran responded with hitting Qatar, LNG at Qatar, and something similar in Israel. So he jumps in to say that, oh yeah, I didn't know about it. That's it. That's why it happened, because I didn't know about it. But now you don't get to respond, because if you respond, I'm gonna respond back. So in a sense, it's like I'm paying Peter to slap you, and then you know who paid Peter. You try to slap me back, and I'm like, no, I had nothing to do with it. But if you slap me,
wait a minute, what did I ever do?
We know you're behind everything, Peter.
I don't slap anyone. Well,
we'll let Achilles finish his statement, though. And
other than in a loving way, I do.
Yeah, I mean, people just, I don't know, man. I've been having some discussions with people all around on our YouTube sphere, and I'm getting very annoyed with how they don't see how everything has a reason for happening, how everything is a chess game. So what they did here is, other than the whole environmental problem that Aiden just addressed, which keeps happening for the past couple of weeks, they have like no limitation on what they bomb. Like the smoke that we've seen, I don't care how many wind turbines you've installed, you've done nothing compared to what has just happened within 2 weeks on our planet. And then they hit the most important source of energy for Iran and the rest of the world, and he's immediately now blaming Israel for it. So that was not me. Like, yeah, we believe you. Like, who benefits if the LNG of Iran goes down? Who benefits? Israel? Last time I checked, Israel is not selling LNG. I think you are.
Right.
And people don't see that stuff, and it annoys me. That's why I make this comparison with the video game that you brought up, which was very cool, actually. But what we're dealing with zombies, dude. I need my frying pan to have discussions anymore.
Yeah.
Are you with the Muslims? Are you with the Muslims?
Whap! No, I'm not. No, but anyways, I agree with most. I agree with most of what you said. At least like 90% of what you said. However, one thing I would say is that the government of Israel it's a secular state, right? It's not a theocracy, it's not a religious state. So when we look at Israel and we look at the policies of Israel as a government, we need to separate the idea of that and the idea of the group of people that they claim to represent.
100% with you on that. At the same time, they are using religion wherever it is convenient. I'll give you a very quick example. Have you heard the official response from Israel why they don't respect international law?
No, I have not heard that. No,
because it's official. It's official. They've given an official answer when they flattened out Gaza.
Wow.
Yeah, they said that we are God's chosen people, and the international law was made by men. So we're not abiding by your law. We have our own law.
Right. No, I agree that they are using religious talking points. However, I would say that much in the same way as the United States is now seeing people, as you saw me cover a few shows back, there's officers in the United States military trying to incite the idea that they're going to fulfill Revelation and the end times.
By bringing the Armageddon.
Yeah. And I
said
think that the problem is just the same when you're dealing with people like that than you're dealing with when the government of a secular country is using religious language to try and justify atrocities.
And even if we do go to the religion part, they're wrong. They don't deserve that land. God took it away from them, and then they killed his son too. So until the new Jerusalem comes down, according to the same scriptures, this is not their land. So they don't. That's when they will jump off from religion, because that's the New Testament. They just stick to the old one, but they take, like, from Ezekiel only one chapter, because the rest of Ezekiel is just cussing Israel. And there is one chapter that says, but after 35 chapters of cussing on them, there is one that says, but at the end, God will not forget you, and he will give you Jerusalem. And they're like, there, you see, if he will give me Jerusalem, I'll go take it myself with the United Nations then. And a lot of guns. No, I don't know. It's just, it's insane times. When I said to Christian Pike one day that when that happened, and I heard that statement from generals that this is going to be for bringing Armageddon, therefore we're going to bring Jesus back faster because we're God, we decide when he gets back here. Christian said a very simple question that everybody should ask. I thought the Antichrist would bring Armageddon. So Trump, are you...
Got a point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right. Mike's yours, bro. Go ahead.
In the meantime, Aiden, I think that the AI on the interwebs that is tracking you all the time in order to give you specific ads that cater to your needs is becoming kind of omniscient, because I just got an ad for a cap, and I'm actually I think I am going to order this one.
Don't do it, Peter. Don't do it.
No. So
don't feed the capitalist death machine.
Have a look and tell me again if I shouldn't.
Oh, okay. So it's okay to feed the capitalist death machine because the hat.
No.
Really
have
cool.
a look first, and then tell me whether or not I should actually buy that. Because
let's see the cap. All right.
That was made for me.
It is very you. I'll just put it that way. It is very you. I can see you wearing that on stream at some point.
I shall order said cap. And it is made in China.
Well,
just like the caps that the people in America are wearing right now.
I'll give you a good idea, though. Because it has the white background, you can chop this off easily and use it for some video or something. You can even put it on your head.
That's true. You can edit it. You can make it into a PNG, and then there you go.
Oh, you can. So there's a new function in Photoshop now where you can put in an image and then turn said image into a 3D object and just rotate it the way you want it to.
Oh, that's cool.
You know what that reminds me, Peter? It reminds me 10 years ago, a new company came out called 123 3D. 123D. It was made by a famous 3D company, which just slips my mind right now. But Adobe bought them off. What they would do is you would take your own photo camera. You would take pictures of any object you want, and you threw it inside software, and it would make a 3D out of it. And that was great because people would go around their house, find some cracks, and take pictures of the cracks, and then create like Legos to put in the cracks. That it was Autodesk. Yes, the company was Autodesk, and Adobe bought them
Autodesk,
all.
yeah.
Yeah. So thanks for adding it now on 2026 on Photoshop, Adobe.
Well, they're a little late because the software that you're referring to, there are several companies who are offering that right now, where you can just walk around an object with your phone. You don't even have to take pictures. You can make a video. You walk around a phone, and it makes a 3D object. You can do that if you have a drone with entire buildings and make it ready for 3D printing.
Yeah.
Well,
thanks, Photoshop.
I've got lots of segments to get into, guys. So.
Let's go. Yeah.
Oh, whoops, sorry.
Get the old fucker off the screen.
I didn't mean to throw you out. I accidentally threw you out of the room entirely there. Whoopsie daisies. Anyways, let's go on to our next segment that we have here. There's a lot of contradiction segments that I've got on this show, and those are some of my favorite. Those are some of my favorite flavor when it comes to these segments. It's just, especially when it's in the same speech like it is here. It's just blatant.
If we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time. We have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. This isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. If we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us. We want them to come and help us with the straight. My attitude is
jumping, all right.
We don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them.
Did you follow
that? Yeah, I did. I managed to. It was a bit of a breakneck pace, but when you're used to this guy lying as frequently as he does, I mean, you get accustomed to it, as far as I'm concerned. Anyways, I thought that was pretty entertaining.
He's giving us a lot of content. A lot of content, man.
It does. No, it really does. And I think that it's actually kind of better in some respects that there's not a whole bunch of commentary on top of the contradiction segments, because it's just important that they kind of stand on their own so that people can just see how overt they really are. But anyways.
I mean, with Biden, all we got was him falling down. That's all we had, right?
It's true.
Now, now everybody prays for this one to fall down, because the more he's standing up, the more he opens his mouth.
So I would say that there was some stuff on Biden. Now, they didn't get proper coverage, and I don't think that they got a proper conclusion to them, kind of like Trump. I'd say the worst case would probably be Tara Reid and the accusations that she made against Biden of sexual impropriety, where he allegedly, I think he groped her inappropriately, and yeah, there was that. And then there was also hold on, I'm trying to think of the other one as well.
Are we sure he wasn't falling over again and looked for something to hold on to?
Yeah, that's all that it was. Yeah, that's all it was. No, in reality, that was probably the worst one against Biden. And yeah, that is awful. And if indeed that happened to her, she should get justice for what happened. But is that really on the same level as being a participant, or at least very likely being a participant in a giant multinational sex trafficking ring? I don't know. That's kind of up for you to decide out in the audience. But anyways, BBC here says, Trump threatens to blow up entirety of major Iran gas field if it attacks Qatar again. U.S. President Donald Trump has threatened to blow up a major gas field in Iran if it attacks the U.S. Gulf Arab ally Qatar again. Trump's threat came after a day in which Israel hit Iran's South Pars, part of the world's largest natural gas field. Sorry, there was a part of this that I wanted to read. Yes. Tehran has responded by launching attacks on Israel and U.S. allied states in the Gulf. Israel is also fighting Iran-backed Hezbollah in Lebanon, where more than 1 million people have been displaced, not to mention all of the people that have been killed, including in horrific white phosphorus attacks that I've already covered on my show. Oil prices leapt to nearly $110 or 83 pounds a barrel after Israel's attack on the South Pars site, which is located offshore between Iran and Qatar. Following the Israeli attack, Iranian President is that Masoud? Masoud? Masoud, okay. Masoud
Pezeshkian.
Pezeshkian. I see. Yeah. Masoud Pezeshkian. Thank you, Achilles. Much appreciated.
Every time you have this IAN at the end, it is of Armenian origin.
Right. No, I've seen the name a few times. I've just never actually heard it pronounced at this point. So
as if Aiden can pronounce any name. I mean,
like the singer. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Achilles. Go ahead.
He's trouble pronouncing.
Hey, I said go ahead, Achilles. I'm gonna shoot you down.
Pronouncing it is always at the end. The emphasis is at the end, like the singer Serj Tankian from System of a Down.
Okay, yeah.
But always at the end, so it's Pezeshkian. Right. Now I don't know if he's Armenian, but the name is the name. Right.
Armenia is a cool culture. Anyways, let's read up about this.
Genocided by the Turks.
Yes, that's true as well. Masoud Pezeshkian warned of consequences beyond control, the scope of which would engulf the entire world. So yeah, just more escalation on both sides. Not the thing that we predicted was going to happen.
Nothing bad can happen.
Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen, Achilles. That's right. That's right.
Exactly.
Anyways,
we are in these times, dude.
I know. Verified images of the strike show smoke rising from at least 2 impacts. Iran retaliated by striking Qatar's Ras Laffan site on Wednesday and early on Thursday. Ras Laffan is an industrial area that contains the world's biggest liquefied natural gas or LNG processing facility. Following the first attack, state-owned petroleum company Qatar Energy said, quote, extensive damage had been caused to the site, but all personnel were accounted for. Well, that's good at the very least. I'm glad nobody died in this attack at the very least, even if there was probably huge environmental consequences as a result of it. There's at least a silver lining, quote unquote, in that. Aidan's mimic ability should mean that it pronounces well. It doesn't. You know what, Achilles? God damn it. I'm literally so thrown off right now. Claude,
you're messing me up right now. You're throwing me off. I'm trying to read an article, and then I got you over here trying to be in the peanut gallery. I should have you and Peter be, what were their names? Statler and Waldorf up there again. He's gonna go up there in his little balcony, and he's gonna start criticizing the show again, thanks to people like you, agitators in the side chat.
Look, if you want to do your best Armenian/Iranian accent on the show, Claude, you're more than welcome to come on here and show me how it's done, okay? I welcome you to come on the program and demonstrate.
If you're gonna attack Claude and then say that Claude and I are part of the Muppets, Claude, tell me if I'm wrong. If Aiden is reading something, he sounds like the Swedish cook when he's pronouncing names.
Aiden tries to be entertaining when he reads articles, guys. What a scandal. You know what, Peter? Guilty as charged. You're right. You should roll the paddy wagon in right now as we speak.
Get it in here.
What's up, Achilles? You were trying to say something.
I got stunned by how Peter's voice seemed to go through all the tones, like from the pitch went from real high up to all the way down on that statement. He went, I didn't know that. I thought it was his wife. And then he went back.
The clock with an Muppet Show.
Then he went back to the Peter voice. I was like, "Is that? What did you do with our Peter?
Peter's
Why?
not real. He's not a real person. He's actually.
Oh, I'm Statler, Claude, because I already proved that on video.
That is true. He did do that. He does have Statler called at this point.
Yeah.
Deport
And
Aiden.
It said on
Wait.
screen Statler without Waldorf.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a hair in that soup, unfortunately, Trusty Apeco. He can't deport me. I'm already deported. I'm already out of there. You don't have to worry about me. Trust me, I'm not planning on visiting anytime soon. Believe you me. All right. If you guys want to visit me, you're going to have to come over to Canada and come say hello.
And Canadians are not scared of any ice.
That's right. That's right. Hello, Peter. Hello, Robin. Welcome to the show. Hope you're doing well so far today.
Hey, Robin.
Always nice to see you.
Hello, man.
Woo!
So let's go. Next segment.
All right. Yes, let's do it.
The commentary on this one is we're all effed.
Yeah. That's an adequate summary. Yeah.
Our interest, I think, very much is in not going to war with Iran, right? It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country. And again, I'm not saying we stick ourselves into the Middle East and start a war here, but like we recognize, okay, Israelis, Gulf Arab states don't like Iran. So let the Israelis and the Gulf Arab states provide the counterbalance to Iran. America doesn't have to constantly police every region of the world. We should empower people to police their own regions of the world, right? And one, we would save a lot of money. Two, we'd save a lot of focus. But unfortunately, I think Harris, she's got this weird thing where I actually think she kind of likes war. Maybe she feels like a tough guy.
Why does he keep pointing out Trump's penis length while he's talking?
Hold on. Now I need to go back and listen to this again with that in mind and try not to laugh.
And now I will never be able to unsee this.
You can never unsee this.
He starts with it. Is in not going to war with Iran, right? It would be a huge distraction of resources. It would be massively expensive to our country. And again, I'm not saying we stick ourselves into the Middle East and
he's like, all right, this is Obama. This is Obama over here.
And start a war here. But like we recognize, okay.
That's the length. That's the girth. All right. I'm just showing you.
Israelis, Gulf Arab states don't like Iran. So let the Israelis and the Gulf Arab states provide the counterbalance to Iran. America doesn't have to constantly police every region of the world. We should empower people to police their own regions of the world, right? And one, we would save a lot of money.
Did you see the symbol he made when he said empower?
Unfortunately, I think Harris.
Wait. Oh, there it is. There it is again. There it is again.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go back. Hold on. Empower
people to police their own regions of the world, right? And one, we would save a lot of money. Two, we'd save a lot of focus. But unfortunately, I think Harris, she's got this weird thing where I actually think she kind of likes war. Maybe she feels like a tough guy about it. Yeah. I don't know why it is. And they seem to be sort of sleepwalking us into war with Iran. It's like the dumbest of all possible worlds. Our interest, I think, very much.
Right. I agree, actually, JD Vance. That is the dumbest of all possible worlds. However, you are fucking presiding over it happening, you idiot. Like, this is the thing. It's not just Trump. When people try to pull those old Trump tweets, trying to talk about how if Obama goes to war with Syria without congressional approval, it's a big mistake. Meanwhile, he's going to war with Iran without congressional approval, and he's talking about how we can't have any kind of war with Iran. Obama's going to start one in order to try and get reelected, when he's literally facing down the fucking midterms and trying desperately to scrape any kind of support from his base that he has left. Under those conditions, we're really supposed to believe, collectively, as a populace, that somehow there's just nothing to fucking see there as far as that's concerned. Give me a break. Trusty Apeco says, Isn't that how we ended up accidentally training and arming the Taliban? Exactly, Trusty Ape Codes. There's a few parallels that are happening right now, unfortunately. And they're playing out in real time. However, I would say one of the biggest differences is that, to America's credit, at least the American public, I do see a larger proportion of the American public reacting negatively to this than reacted to the war in Iraq. Now, there wasn't a major event like there was prior to the war in Iraq, even though it wasn't related to Iraq at all and
Yeah.
didn't justify American incursion into that region. There was no equivalent to that here. So I'm sure that partially factors into why that's the case. But undoubtedly, another huge reason why that's the case is because a wider part of the American people have at least made an effort to at least know a little bit about how those wars happened and about how they got dragged in and why they ought not just immediately support those things. So I agree with you, Achilles. There are a lot of people out there that are just blindly kind of following this and just going along with it. But if there's anything that kind of does give me a little bit of hope, I do think that there's at least a bigger proportion of people now that are kind of going, wait a second, this isn't right. We can't be doing this.
Yeah. We hope, hope dies last. It can't die before anything else. It has to die last. So we still hope. But I'm scared that in the very near future, which is after the midterms, he's going to give them something. Like he made a post the other day about something against sex change operation. And people will be like, yeah, I don't care if you're creating a mess out of the whole planet. You're giving me what I voted for. Also, take care of the border. I will take care of the border. I'll take care of the border. And people
Right.
just, yeah, I'm disappointed. I think
No,
we're
I
living
can't
a
blame you.
zombie apocalypse, dude.
I can't blame you for being a bit dismayed at those things. I just can only hold out hope that as things are kind of getting to this point, that more people kind of wake up. There's a certain movement, and I don't like inherently agree with the philosophy, but I do think that it is an interesting one called like accelerationism, that essentially tries to say that, well, if we just kind of push things even further along toward that path than we are right now, yeah, we're going to arrive at a destructive outcome sooner, but hopefully it would wake up such a large portion of the population that we would get to the point where they would do something about it prior to that horrible outcome happening. And I disagree with that. I don't think that if we accelerate things that the population would at all proportionately try to band together at a point where they'd be able to stop it. I
Yeah,
disagree with that.
and I'll tell
But
you why I agree with you there. Because every time we saw a real unification of the people, not being divided, united under, something, there's always suppression after it. That's what we see. We see the same people suppressing because they're the ones with the army, they're the ones with more guns, So I've lost hope in the fact that people can actually change this by collectively waking up and doing something about it. I'll give you a very quick example because I didn't tell you about this. The video that you're just showing. The other day, Lupin had a show called "Is This World War III?" I was like, you know what? Instead of watching him play some video games, I'll go in the chat.
so
I
he
go
was
in.
actually trying to talk about like serious political commentary. He was actually
Right, and how I think for a lot of Christians disagree with me, but I don't care. I think it is Christian to talk about murdering people in their sleep. I think it's Christian. We should not endorse that. We should expose that behavior. The Bible says everybody shares the same blood. So if a Christian says, "Yeah, they died, but they were Muslims," I don't consider you a true Christian. So anyway, yes, and I go in the chat and I was very friendly, and I get the first response I get is like, "Oh, look who decided to show up. Like, okay, but so I asked one question. I said, Lupin, how do you feel that Kamala did not take you to war with Iran? How does that feel? And guess what the response was?
What?
Banned.
Wow.
So it's not that specific person. We can name a lot others. I don't know, man. The anesthesia seems to be going too deep. And I don't have high hopes that people will wake up and say, wait a minute, I am endorsing a pedophile murderer who is also a war criminal and he works with another war criminal. No,
right.
I don't see it happening.
There's no, I mean, you know what? I've played it on this channel. This guy's stance regarding shit like the Epstein files is basically to clasp his hands together and say, oh, well, I hope and pray that he's not in the files. It's like, dude, you can't hope and pray for something that's past tense.
Right.
You can't hope and pray that something that's already happened, the outcome is somehow going to posthumously be changed over from something else that's already taken place. It's not how this works, dude.
You can hope and pray they don't come public because they will destroy your idol.
I think that's a bit closer to the truth. I think that's a bit closer to the real reason why he's praying about that. But hey,
right.
who am I to say? Who am I to say?
Right. It's so weird, man. I don't know. I don't think that in the zombie apocalypse we can have the mentality that I'm gonna wake those zombies up. I think the damage is done. You know?
Yeah, could well be. Robin, welcome to the show. We can hear your windows feverishly disconnecting and reconnecting.
I don't know why it's doing that. Right? I don't know what. Let me unhook. I don't know what it's doing.
I think you might be. I think there might be one of. There's like probably a loose cable connection somewhere on your computer, like maybe a USB drive or a charger or something like that that might not be fully plugged in. I've had that happen occasionally. Worst case scenario, unfortunately, the connector could be started here.
But it was very periodic.
Folks.
If it was a loose cable, it wouldn't be so periodic. That was specific. Like the timing between each sound was so specific. I think it's another error.
It could be. Could be. It's time for tech support with Aiden and Achilles. What a fun segment! I'm sure everybody will be hanging around for that one.
If you want something positive to share in your show as well, check the private chat.
Oh, positivity! Yeah, let's see it.
So the answer's in the link already.
Yep, I see it. All right, I'm gonna post this onto the screen in just 1 second here. All right.
At least one good thing.
The Trump regime got wrecked. Vaccine saved, DOJ prosecutor thrown out of court, and members of the regime just threw Trump under the bus. This is from today. I believe that's from today. Yep. It's another bad week to be Trump. This edition is proof. The regime is losing. Hit the like button and restack right now to make sure that everybody knows it. It's great that you have no ads, even though when I scroll down, it tells me to discover more from the doc and report. Definitely not an ad. Not an ad at all. That's different. Last June, HHS Secretary Bob Kennedy fired all 17 members of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP, an independent panel of vaccine experts. Oh, hold on. Robin might be rejoining.
Doo-doo. Doo-doo. Doo-doo.
That's bullying. It's bullying, Achilles. We can't tolerate that around here. Robin's a fine young woman, and I won't have an upstanding member of this community disparaged on this platform. Hi, Robin. How's it going? You're muted at the moment.
Doo-doo.
That would be quite hilarious if the first thing that we heard when she connected her mic was just doo-doo. Yo, hey, Doom Based. How's it going? Oh my gosh. Is your floor doing okay, buddy? Everything all right with you? Oh man, I hope you're doing okay. Like seriously, you got some water, right?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yep.
can hear you now. Robin.
Hey.
I have no idea what is going on. Like my screen changed to some kind of thing, and I don't know.
Restream sucks. I'm sorry.
It's like showing some kind of like. Are y'all showing a video or something?
I'm showing a still image right now. I'm reading an article at the moment.
Is it called the Dworkin report?
Yeah.
The dwarf.
Okay, I thought that was something that was coming up on my computer. I'm like, what the heck is this?
Here's a pop-up from the Dworkin report, Robin.
I thought it was at the bottom of my page. I was trying to figure out how to close it, and I was like, oh my gosh. And
No, you're good.
I don't know what. I think somebody was calling me on Discord when I is what I think that noise was.
Doom is alive. Yes, indeed, B.S. Lewis. Doom is alive, even though he's calling our channel hippy-dippy nonsense. He's still here.
Hippy-dippy, I saw that.
That was pretty funny. I did enjoy that comment.
Achilles, I just want to tell you congratulations on getting thrown out of Lupin's. Like I've been thrown out of worse places and better places, and I can't think of any place though probably better than getting thrown out of Lupin's. So
it's a badge of honor.
Claude said the same. It's an honor to be banned from that channel.
Yes.
But my fellow Christians don't exactly get me. Lupin timed me out, but he didn't know how long it would be. It could be 5 minutes, it could be 24 hours. But when I see that behavior from Christians, I never go back. Yeah. I'm not the type of person that forgets that thing. And I'll be like, okay, 24 hours passed. Let me just go back in there. No, now I'm effectively banned by choice. So,
and that's good. Like I haven't gotten banned, so I may have to go over and get banned too. Because I don't go over there. But I did go over there once and steal a guest of his. There was a guy that he had on that was actually that's funny. Like a guy from England who is like a political commentator and stuff. Really smart guy. I mean, I
think I know who you're talking about.
His name is Owen. Yeah, and I was like, so why were you on Lupin's channel? Like, I couldn't make the connection of how these together. But yeah, I like Owen. I watch him all the time too. I was like, I don't know what you were doing over there.
Look, Owen probably went to that channel for the same reason that somebody like me or Missing Mod or somebody like that would go over to like Brett Keane's. It's because there's like a certain curiosity that comes with like slumming it with people like that on the internet. You know? You get to see a different side.
Last night.
Brett went on to tacos last night?
Yeah, he got to stay about 2 seconds.
No way. Okay, I'm going on to tacos.
No, he don't get to come back. He came in.
Oh, did he try to?
First Jill was on. And Jill, when he left Mods, he went over there and he was like in the back for like an hour or something like that before Tacos ever brought him on. And then Brett came on after Jill got up there. And they were talking, and Brett whined about something, about getting interrupted. Like Tacos and Tacos just kicked him out as soon as he started whining. Tacos made a big speech about how it was two male predators, one of them was having to do something to pin the other one or something like that. It was so funny. I'm sure Brett loved the speech.
That does sound pretty amusing.
Yeah. And so then he just kicked Jill out too. After Jill sat for like an hour and a half and waited in the back. And I tried to give a super chat to get him to bring Jill back. And Taco's like, no, Robin. No.
You're not allowed. Sorry, Robin.
Yeah, he's like, no, we're not. He said, we're not having him. So anyway, yeah.
It was difficult for Lupin to divide the number of seconds he was manning for into minutes.
so that she could understand a little better. Yes, indeed, Monsieur Glad.
I doubt Lupin can read the choices you can make when you time someone out.
That's
That's
true.
true. It does have that, like, what was it, 86,000 seconds or something like that?
Oh yeah, so I think that's a day. I think 86 is a day, and then there's like 128 or something like that, stupid like that, and that's like 2 days. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, it does that, or minutes, it's minutes or something like that, isn't it?
It's always way funnier when it says timed out for 82,000 seconds, though.
I
Like
think
that
it's
is pretty
86.
hilarious.
86, I think is what it is. 86.
How I am? I'm doing fine.
Oh, good, good. Good, good,
I
good.
had I found a quote that I have hanging on the wall right now, and every single time I feel bad, I look at that quote.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, "The next time you dislike your life, remember it's all about perspective." I have a friend who reads 2 to 3 books a week, works out twice a day, has no financial worries, and has people who want to have sex with him all the time. And yet, he constantly complains how much he hates prison.
Peter.
What a good point.
Oh wow, that's a good one. That's a good one.
What?
It's a good. It's
That'll
always a good joke when it hits you out of left field like that.
I knew something was coming.
Sorry,
Okay.
Kenneth was about to say something.
Okay, yeah, I've skipped a couple. One thing I want to pull your attention at. I want you to, jokes aside, I'm not making fun here. This is very serious, and I'm serious when I'm saying I'm being serious. So it's double
Okay.
serious.
Okay.
I want you to notice Trump when he gets asked a question about anything, like, you know, how it happens. I want you to focus on his face, and I want you to explain to me why do I see Lupin in the expression that
Now I cannot unsee that anymore. Thank you.
it's
Thank you.
exactly like that what we just watched, and I can't unsee
All
it
I
again.
want to know now, if Trump gets in a pool, is he pissing in it?
Oh no. One
No.
day,
No.
if Trump ends up going to prison, that's what's going to happen. He's going to do live streams from the
Poopy
country
pants.
club.
Dude,
prison
I'm not joking. I see him. Maybe I've begun to believe that intelligence shows, and the lack of it does as well on the face.
You're
So I
just
don't
now
know.
beginning to believe that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the second thing I wanted to bring up is that while you guys were going back and forth, I uploaded a video on my account so I can check it for copyrights before I share it here. And it is copyright free. And I would love to share this video with you guys.
Well, what's it about? I just need to make sure it's somewhat in keeping with the segments that I've got laid out here, because I have to work in about 2.5 hours, and I still have some segments.
I can guarantee it is 2:57, 2 minutes 57. I can guarantee you're gonna love every single minute of it.
All right.
So the
Let's
channel is called the Juice Media, and it creates videos that are called honest government ad. It creates these videos where the government gives us an ad and it's being honest. They are from Australia, and it's something about Australia, but also the US and the environment. And this is worldwide. It's not. So
I have to be careful though. I got into trouble sharing a commercial about paint one day. Oh no, that was from New Zealand. It wasn't from Australia. No, my bad.
okay, no, it's copyright free. I checked it out. So am I sharing?
Oh, you got the
All right. Let's take a look at this.
All right.
Hello, I'm from the Australian government. In today's episode of How to Be America's Bitch, we look at how US mining giant Alcoa has been strip mining WA's unique northern jarrah forest for bauxite and turning it into this, illegally, for 15 years. So, of course, Federal Environment Minister and sentient meat pie Murray Watt knew what to do. No, the law fine Alcoa fuck all, then reward it with a national interest exemption that lets Alcoa keep mining for bauxite. What a why is this in our national interest? It's not. It's just that bauxite, as well as aluminium, can also be used to make gallium, a key material in military weapons. Remember that critical minerals deal we signed with this unhinged shit-gibbon? Well, the shit-gibbon needs gallium to start a religious war to distract from his pedo friend. I mean, liberate Iran. And here at the Australian government, we're doing how to be America's bitch. Would you like to know more? Here at the Western Australian government, we're doing our part by letting our forests shit in our laws, even if it means poisoning our drinking water. Visit Perth, the city of 2.4 million that's already facing a water crisis. So when our own water authorities rejected Alcoa's plan and warned that contamination of our reservoirs is certain, Roger ignored them and let Alcoa mine in Perth's water catchments anyway. Fuck you, Perth. And now, a word from our sponsor. Hi, I'm from Alcoa. Here are the facts. Like the fact, we plan to mine another 27 parts of this endangered species habitat. Fuck you, black cockatoo, even though it's already on the brink of collapse. And fuck you, world. You but the fact is, once the bauxite's removed, Jarrah forests don't come back. Neither do the kukas, moonbats, and whatever these freaks are, which is why the number of hectares we've actually rehabilitated comes to approximately all. Some say a U.S. company bypass our laws to destroy an irreplaceable forest, driving species extinct and poisoning our drinking water so this psycho can bomb primary school kids is bullshit. But we call it how to be America's bitch. The only ones who can stop this shit fuckery are the people of WA, where government will soon decide if Alcoa can keep doing this for another 20 years. So whatever you do, do not join this march in Perth to tell Trump and Alcoa to piss off from the Northern Jarrah Forest. Because we wouldn't want to anger dear Supreme Leader now, would we? Australian government. Authorised by the Department of Me.
That was pretty good. No, that was pretty good.
Achilles, I need you to send me that because that's where Mark Reed lives in Perth. That's where he lives.
Okay, I'll put it in the.
Yeah,
I'll put it in
wow,
the chat.
Robin
Yeah.
doxing Mark Reed. No, I'm just joking.
No, he tells that.
I know.
He tells, like it's still a big city, but
I put it in the private chat.
Yeah, but he tells that. I didn't give away no information that he don't share.
No, I understand.
Great times, aren't these? Great times, guys.
No.
What, Robin? We're not gonna have that kind of negative. No. Hold on, Robin. I sent you the script. I clearly sent you the script.
I preferred the 80s over this.
Peter, Aiden just had a Trump moment there. He said, "I clearly told you earlier."
That's true.
You have those a lot.
Yo, Peter. Both of you dastardly, you're rogues. You're rogue elements. And
I wanted to share some good news. I got my disability yesterday, finally.
Yeah, I heard about that, actually. Congratulations, Robin. Yes. I'm really glad to hear.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
I imagine that's going to make things a lot better for your quality of life, so that's awesome.
My dad, I won't have to be like bumming for my dad all the time.
Yeah. Everyone make sure to wish Jim Bob a happy birthday today. Right, he is doing a birthday stream today. Yes, happy birthday, Jim Bob. I would gift you Project Zomboid to play. No, he's not here right now. He did, he watched me, you know that video game I was playing that you called boring?
Yes.
Yeah, Jim Bob watched me play that, and apparently, according to Reexamination, he's going to go buy that game. He said that on a stream, so I thought that was kind of funny.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that is funny.
Man, we must have something going on here. I'm gonna get off here though. I just wanted to say hi to everybody.
Yeah,
I put the link. I put the link in the private chat because I don't have your email, so pick it up from here.
Okay.
I don't even know where the private chat is, Achilles.
It's in the. It should be on the bottom left.
Bottom left.
But
okay.
Anyways, thank you for being here, Robin. Seriously, it was awesome to have you here. I'm gonna move on to my next segment. That was really funny though, Achilles. That was awesome.
Right.
Let's get this one up here. So I trimmed a bit of it from the Daily Show, but I think the part that I trimmed is definitely the most relevant. So this is a comparison between the language used in the lead up to Iraq and the lead up to Venezuela.
It's exactly the same, dude. It's exactly the same.
But
this time it's different.
It's so different.
Right. This
We're
one is
giving them
Okay. Sorry. Good.
giving them full opportunity to do it the easy way. And when it doesn't work, we'll do it the hard way.
If we can do things the easy way, that's fine. And if we have to do it the hard way, that's fine too.
Chemical weapons as a threat to the United States.
Fentanyl poses a chemical weapons threat to the United States.
Al-Qaeda terrorists inside Iraq.
Al-Qaeda of our hemisphere.
If we can get rid of Saddam, it could really begin to transform the region.
There's an opportunity to transform the entire region.
Bringing freedom and democracy.
Democracy and freedom can serve as a
beacon of hope.
Shock and awe.
Shock and awe, indeed.
Yeah. So there's that one. I'm going to have to kind of blitz a little bit through some of these segments here if I have any chance of getting through them before I've got to get to work. So this is the next segment that I have here. It's actually in a similar vein to the previous one. Because like I said, I had these pretty well stacked, these compare and contrast segments. So they're good stuff. Let's take a look.
We may have casualties. That often happens in war.
I don't know if this is technically a war.
We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it.
This isn't a war. We haven't declared war.
The Secretary of Defense, who calls himself the Secretary of War, said today this is a war.
We set the terms of this war from start to finish.
Nobody should classify this as war. It is combat operations.
War is hell, and always will be.
Strategic strikes are not war.
Right. And we may have
casualties. That often happens in the war. That's not actually war, but it is when you think about it at a certain angle sometimes.
But it's not, because we didn't get approval. But it's not.
Only 45 more segments to go, guys. We can do it.
Look, B.S. Lewis, this is the 100 subscriber special episode. All right? It's not every day that you get 100 subscribers, B.S. Lewis. I know you, Mr. fucking, what do you got, like 1,500 subs? I'm making sure to chip away at that every single time he invites me on, by the way. I'm trying to blow him up from the inside. But listen here, BS, all right? I just need you to sit down and get some advice from a real YouTube veteran. All right? I can't even continue that, seriously.
Don't you have someone's mom to call, BS?
Yeah. No, wait, no. No, joking. All right, let's watch this next thing we got here. This is a bit of a longer form segment. I'm pretty sure this was originally done by Vox. I'm pretty sure. But I think this was re-uploaded by this guy, Johnny Harris. Although if it is originally his content, thanks very much, Johnny, for providing this, because it's a good background into the war that directly kind of set the tone for Iraq. We've referenced it a few times on the show. Mr. Logo has probably done the most individually to reference it, given the fact that he was there in Iran for extended periods of time. So let's take a look.
One of the most important wars of the last 50 years is one that we don't hear about much. When, in 1980, two of the Middle East's most powerful countries, Iran and Iraq, waged 8 years of some of the worst trench and chemical warfare since World War I, leaving both countries devastated. This is the war that fractured the Middle East into lines that still play out in nearly every conflict there today. This is the Iran-Iraq War. It's 1979, and Iran is in the middle of a revolution. The country is coming off of decades of being ruled by the Shah. After years of the Shah's corrupt autocratic rule, a mass uprising violently overthrows him, creating what becomes an Islamic republic, headed by an Ayatollah named Ruhollah Khomeini. Khomeini and a group of Shia religious scholars want to impose fundamentalist rule on the country. They establish a military force called the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, which is meant to protect their hold on the revolution and to suppress the other groups who helped overthrow the Shah. The US is watching all of this in shock. Their biggest ally in the region and a major oil producer has just turned from friend to fierce enemy. But the biggest tremors of this revolution are felt in the rest of the Middle East. Iran sends out radio broadcasts to Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Kuwait, and Iraq, calling for people to rise up and overthrow their own rulers. They're trying to export their revolution to their neighbors, to gain new allies in the region. Neighboring leaders, most of them Sunni Muslim, don't like this. Saudi Arabia's king fears being overthrown, just like the Shah was. And in Iraq, Saddam Hussein sees this Shia religious revolution on his eastern border and worries that the Shia majority that he rules over will rise up against him too. But he also sees this as an opportunity. The Iranian Revolution has left the country weak and fractured. Khomeini and his Revolutionary Guard are still fighting other political factions for control. The Iranian military, which used to be funded and trained by the United States, is now weak, its leaders having been jailed or executed after the revolution. So in September of 1980, Saddam Hussein decides to prepare 10,000 Iraqi troops to cross the border to invade Iran. What's about to happen here isn't just the start of a new war. Saddam is kicking off a dynamic that will dominate the Middle East for more than 40 years. The fight between revolutionary change and status quo power.
One comment. Don't take it off. Don't take it off the screen. For those out there that still have a brain, please find that channel, Johnny Harris. This video is a short of a 2-hour long documentary that he has made. And when he makes documentaries, he goes to libraries, he takes a lot of books, he reads them all, and he does so much work when it comes to the editing part of it, gives you a lot of details. And on this specific documentary, it shows a lot more than just this.
Agreed.
Right? How the US got into what the oil is all about after the World War, the Second World War. And they were like, where can we find some more of that? So they made friends with those that had it, which is the Saudis. And it shows a lot before this war, after this war, and a lot about Gaza, Lebanon, Israel. It's a great documentary. And if you do watch this one, please watch the previous one, which is called Is Fascism Back?, where he's making some comparisons between Mussolini and our, I can't even name him because our supreme leader might have an issue with me naming him next to Mussolini. So lovely channel, man. I mean, and again, for those that have a brain, because a lot of people out there are like, I know everything about it because I just watched the short, which was like 5 minutes long.
Right. So the way that I was planning on doing it was obviously, like you said, I can't play the whole 2-hour thing right now.
Right.
We just don't have time. And I thought that it would be good if we kind of played it in segments like this and use this as a primer in order to kind of get people to kind of pique their interest. And hopefully we'll be able to cover some other segments of this documentary in order to kind of make people aware of the broader context that was going on between those two countries. So yeah, thank you very much for letting people know about that, Achilles. That's actually more about Mr. Harris here than I certainly knew about him, so I really appreciate that. I'm going to move on here to our next segment that we have.
While you move on, I mean, I don't want to stop you, keep going, but I just want to say that during the zombie apocalypse that we're all afraid of, that it's coming in the future, possibly, and we get prepared and all that, remember that zombies eat brains, which means that there will be no zombie apocalypse because there are no brains for them to eat.
Damn, that's true. That's
Right.
true. It's like that one segment of The Simpsons where, Homer, he emerges out into the apocalypse and they try to get at him, and then they just like tap his head, just like it's just empty. They just walk past him. Basically like that, yeah. Anyways, let's go to our next
By the
one
way,
here.
What, Peter? What?
Speaking of no brain,
How's it going?
you can blame go back.
Go back to what, Peter? Go back to what?
All of us. To all of us. You can blame Achilles for this.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no. That you gotta send that to me. It's gonna be a thumbnail. It's gonna be a thumbnail. No.
Now I want the
That is a
opposite.
sleep paralysis demon, if ever I've seen it. If you woke up and this was staring at you at the edge of your bed, I would literally just bash my head into the bedpost with the hope that hopefully
Check Facebook.
fall asleep.
Check Facebook.
Check Facebook. Thank you, Peter. Thank you kindly.
Take
Peter.
it off. Take it off.
Yeah, this is nightmare fuel right here, ladies and gentlemen, pure and unadulterated. No, anyways, let's.
We had to get in there. Why did you have to get in there, sir? I don't know, because
We have to. Bilch, get in there right now, folks. We gotta get to the liquor store as soon as possible. Oh,
sorry,
God.
Lupin, you gotta wake up, bro. You gotta wake up from the trance. You're in a trance. We're trying to help.
Yep. Yes, indeed.
I love how he looks in that picture.
It is pretty funny.
Lights, bright lights shining, nobody home.
All right. So moving on to our next segment we have here. Are U.S. soldiers, quote unquote, openly refusing deployment orders to Iran? This is from Snopes. We're investigating a claim. Now, I wasn't able to pull enough to be able to do a dedicated misinformation check segment. I do plan at one point on actually doing that as a dedicated segment on this show, because there's just so much of it out there. There's not going to be any lack whatsoever to be able to verify. I typically like using Snopes. Every once in a blue moon, they do have to do a retraction, but it's really rare for Snopes. They're quite a reliable source as far as I'm concerned. So, one organization dedicated to helping troops register as conscientious objectors said calls for support have skyrocketed in recent weeks. So we have some of the key points here. 2 weeks after the U.S. and Israel launched military strikes on Iran in mid-March. Kayleigh, could you mute, please?
Sorry.
In mid-March 2026, a rumor began circulating online that U.S. soldiers were, quote-unquote, openly refusing to fight in the war via videos posted on social media. Internet searches and reviews of social media content turned up no reputable evidence, video or otherwise, that U.S. military service members were openly defying official orders to deploy. As such, we left the claim unrated. Rather than openly defying orders, more service members reportedly sought to register as conscientious objectors to the war on Iran. According to two organizations dedicated to supporting troops in this legal process. Conscientious objectors can refuse combat duty on religious or moral grounds and either be reassigned to non-combat posts or receive an honorable discharge. So 2 weeks after the U.S. and Israel launched military strikes on Iran in mid-March 2026, a rumor began circulating online that U.S. soldiers were openly refusing to fight in the war via videos posted on social media. Some posts on Facebook made the claim, with some saying that the videos showed soldiers on military bases in the U.S. and abroad saying that they did not want to fight a war in Iran, citing no imminent threat to the homeland. And we have a couple here. Let's see if I can open those and share. Here, let me try and share some of those here. So we've got this one. This is one of the ones that they link. And then we've also got this one as well, which I'll pull up afterward, but we'll read this one first. It says, blow to Trump's command. The U.S. Army stands its ground. Soldiers are refusing to deploy in the Iran war, denouncing it as illegal. Total fracture between the troops and Donald Trump. Are the soldiers right to disobey orders they consider unconstitutional? And you've got to think, right, when you look at posts like this on social media, it's like what I've pointed out before. You've got to remember that while some level of sensationalism is kind of to be expected, unfortunately, in modern media, stuff like this, you've really got to be skeptical of. You really got to be skeptical of it, because when you look down at this, there's no actual link to any kind of corroborating evidence. It's just a claim that's put up there, and there's nothing to really actually back it up. Sorry, go ahead, Achilles.
And it has gotten even worse now because people make a lot of AI videos, and you have to be very careful not to focus on what they're showing, but focus around what they're showing to find errors made by the AI algorithm, like
right.
Fingers overlapping other fingers, stuff like that, because it's crazy. It's not just a silly post which has no article. It can be, they actually take satellite images and they overlay a bombed area over that image, and it looks real. It looks absolutely real. So you got to be very careful today.
Oh, for sure. And don't get me wrong, while I would personally find the idea of a uncongressionally approved war being fought right now, well, I would understand the idea of troops refusing to fight in a war like that, just because that would, in some regards, align with what I would like to see, does not mean that it's true. So you have to always keep those sorts of things in mind, even if it is in keeping with what you could possibly expect to happen as well.
Right. Sure. Or your emotions immediately want to jump on it and think that it's real. You have to hold it back. By the way, I heard something which I didn't verify, but it does sound legit, that if a president does have the right to start a war without Congress, but if he does that, the war can never go beyond 6 months.
But it also has to be either a national emergency or a provably imminent threat to the United States of America, which is, of course, the part where he tries to weasel in and say, oh, there's a provably imminent threat. They were going to have nukes any day now, which is just totally
And they said that Israel would do it and they would respond to us. So that makes it an imminent threat because another country would do that. So, that's a big stretch.
It is. No, it's a massive stretch. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
So, adding to that, I've watched somebody presenting the possible scenarios of a land invasion, which people call boots on the ground. It's an actual invasion. There is no way to make this faster than a 6-month preparation, because people gotta realize that some of us have been in the army, others haven't. Those that have been in the army know that the army is all about doing drills, so they can be ready for that time. You got to understand that there was one specific drill that Iran is doing for 35 years, an invasion from Israel and the US. They don't have a second drill. That is the only drill that they get trained on. And if you look at the size of Iran, which is like Europe, it's the size of Europe, and you see the mountains that it has all around it, there are no easy entrances. it is going to be a mess. And they know that. It's going to be worse than South Korea. They know that, and that's why it would take at least 6 months to get the troops in place so they can do this. And for those 6 months, Iran is not going to just be waiting. Every time they see something happening, they're going to be shooting at it, right? So what I predict happening is that they will find some excuse to pull back from this in the very near future. Probably in like 15 days, they will say, we did what we wanted to do, and now we're out. And you guys deal with the problem, you know? Because the other scenario of an actual invasion is going to be a nightmare for Americans, for the soldiers, for the taxpayer, for everything. It's going to be a nightmare. And I'm not even mentioning those that are going to get all these bombs on their heads, right?
Right.
No American cares for them anyway. No, I don't want to say no American, but unfortunately, a president loses a war, an American president loses a war when the gas prices go up, not when atrocities take place, not when. Did you hear why that school, Aiden, was close to a military base?
No, I didn't hear why.
Because it was a school for the Revolutionary Guards and their children. And they're trying to tell us that it is Iran that hit that school. It's not just to hurt them by killing their children, because they work. It was like when you are in the military, you get some benefits, like, you know, one of them for Iran is that your kids can go to this school, which is like closer to a private level of education, but for free.
Right.
So they killed 160 children of soldiers.
Jesus.
But that's not enough for the unthinking majority of the US, of the common denominator in the USA. The gas prices need to go up. That's the only thing that can stop a war. So I'm sorry for the rant, dude.
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you for putting all that out there.
Shitty
So,
times, man.
just to continue with this, several posts on Facebook made this claim, with some saying that the video showed soldiers on military bases in the U.S. and abroad saying that they didn't want to fight. I already actually read this part. One Facebook post read in part, in an unprecedented act of defiance, which, by the way, this is actually, I'm pretty sure this post, yep. Yeah, this post right here, which is where this is cited.
Which is not shared.
One, here, I'm just about to do that right now.
Okay. Just letting you know.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, this one right here was the one that I initially saw on my timeline when I wanted to see whether or not I actually wanted to cover this. And yeah, it's just sensationalism. There's a bunch of hashtags, but there's no actual links to anything. And then when you go down, there's not any links to anything. And yeah, there's a bunch of people that are talking and they're super emotionally charged about it. And they're really getting involved about how much they care about it. But in reality, it's just a whole bunch of, it's unfortunately a nothing burger. Because when you look at it in the context of the article, which I'm pulling back up right now, you can see it now, hopefully, again. An unprecedented act of defiance, active duty U.S. Army soldiers at multiple bases across the United States and overseas have begun openly refusing orders to deploy to the escalating war against Iran, publicly denouncing the conflict as illegal and unconstitutional, and declaring they will not participate in what they call, quote-unquote, an illegal war of aggression. Videos and statements circulating from Fort Bragg, now Fort Liberty, Fort Hood, Fort Campbell, and several overseas posts show soldiers in uniform stating variations of, quote, "This is not a defensive war. There is no imminent threat to the homeland. Congress never declared war. We will not deploy to kill and die for oil, politics, or foreign lobbies. We swore an oath to the Constitution, not to endless wars. Multiple Snopes readers also emailed us and searched our website to confirm whether the rumor was true. Rumors that service members were openly refusing deployment orders to Iran remain unverified. Contrary to online claims, internet searches and reviews of social media content turned up no reputable evidence, video or otherwise, of active duty or reserve service members rejecting official orders. Because of this, we've left this claim unrated. Rather, the Center on Conscience and War, an organization dedicated to supporting conscientious objectors to war in the United States, reported that more military service members were seeking to conscientiously object to the war against Iran. While this pointed to growing dissent over the war, it didn't prove that any service members were refusing official deployment orders. Conscientious objectors are service members or drafted civilians who claim the right to refuse to perform military duties because their beliefs do not allow them to do so. It is legal for existing service members to conscientiously object to fighting a war based on freedom of conscience, whether or not their reasons are religious. Conscientious objectors, which, by the way, I'm sure is going to become a talking point very soon, in the very near future, if indeed boots do go on the ground in this country. One of the major talking points in what I hope is not a prophetic prediction of what's going to happen in the future. Not actually serious on the prophetic end of things, obviously, but I really hope this isn't the case, but I imagine that the majority of justification for not having these conscientious objectors be allowed to basically stay out of the war is going to be things like, well, you were originally only able to do it because of religious reasons. That's what you were originally able to do. It's like, yeah, but they expanded it and they made it so that it's not just religious reasons that make you able to conscientiously object to these fights, because there was an understanding that kind of leaves a really, in a country that supposedly practices freedom of religion, how are you going to force somebody to basically falsely claim that they're religious in order to say that they're not going to fight a war? Was the moral conundrum that was afoot there. So they changed it. But I have no doubt that they're just going to try to parrot the original modus operandi of what was supposed to be a clause for conscientious objectors, because they love to selectively cherry pick from history. Not to get on too long and broad of a tangent, but re-examination, to his credit, by the way, every single person that is watching this, both now and in the future, if you're at all interested in watching refutation toward Christian nationalism, right-wing extremist Christian thought, Re-Examination is a really good channel that covers content like that. I would encourage all of you to go and check him out for stuff like that. But he was talking about that at a certain point yesterday. Jim Crow, that is. And he was covering Jim Bob, talking about Jim Crow, because Jim Bob was covering and talking Nick Fuentes. I know, just add another layer onto the matrix of things that are covered. I'm covering somebody that's covering somebody. But anyways, Nick Fuentes and Jim Bob basically echo the sentiment. Exactly. Nick Fuentes and Jim Bob essentially articulate the notion that Jim Crow was just a couple of people having to drink from different water fountains. It was just a couple of people that had to go to different schools and drink from some different water fountains. And, people just complain so much when they talk about Jim Crow. And I kind of flew off the handle as far as like writing a whole novel in the side chat, because it really does infuriate me when every single time one of these apologists for Jim Crow try to talk about it, they always have to miscontextualize it for a wider audience. Because what Jim Crow actually was something that was so unjustifiable that they cannot possibly make that palatable to a wider audience. And I kind of got into it. I talked about the poll tax and how that affected specific African American communities because it was targeted towards people that were too poor to be able to afford the poll tax in order to vote, which were predominantly African Americans in the Deep South. I taught and how it was only specifically implemented in that area, as well as literacy tests that were implemented specifically in African American communities, and not trying to get on reexamination's case here because it's something that you do really have to kind of like look into in order to fully educate yourself on it. But he kind of stopped me halfway through what I was saying and said, well, it's really nice that you know all that stuff, but I'm trying to talk about Jim Crow right now, not just the civil rights movement. And I kind of had to stop myself and politely correct him there and say that no, all of those things that I'm talking about are part of Jim Crow. Because Jim Crow wasn't just one law. It's not just one set of laws or institutions. It's a broader institutional oppression of that group of people. And that's not to get on his case. I only bring that up because even people that are against that kind of thinking, like reexamination, unfortunately, it really does take a lot of time and effort to try and educate yourself fully on things like Jim Crow and the wider civil rights movement and to make delineations between those things. And it is because it's more difficult to properly understand that information than it is to distort it that people like Nick Fuentes and Jim Bob are making these sorts of distortions of history because it's, let's face it, a way easier enterprise than actually talking about Jim Crow as it was really implemented. Because there's not just those things, there's also the fact that people were barred from marrying one another of different races and even attending certain gatherings in mixed race settings. There was the fact that African Americans are oftentimes not allowed to have any services whatsoever in specific communities. Oh my gosh, I said I wasn't going to get off on a giant tangent, and here I am doing exactly that. I'm sorry. I literally did the exact thing I said I wasn't going to do.
Has it
Anyways,
ever been any different?
every once in a while. Every once in a while. But yes, please, everybody, go and check out Reexamination because he does some really good content regarding that stuff. I just think that one of the important ways of refuting people like Jim Bob and Nick Fuentes and Andrew Wilson and their ilk when it comes to those sorts of talking points is to kind of bring up the full historical context. I know it's kind of long and meandering, but that's the best antidote to that kind of distortion is actually showing what that shit actually was. And it wasn't anything like what they're talking about. All right, I'm going to read one or two more paragraphs in this, and I think that's going to be it from this because I think it's a bit longer. But yes, more U.S. troops seeking to conscientiously object. In a series of posts on X and email exchange with Snopes, the CCW and its executive director, Mike Prisner, I'm going to say Prisner, said the organization had seen a rise in the number of service members requesting support to conscientiously object to the war in Iran. According to a CCW post, the most cited reason for conscientious objection among U.S. troops is the deadly strike on a girls' school in Minab, Iran. Mounting evidence suggests the U.S. military was behind the attack. Prisner said in an email that this was the quote-unquote breaking point for many service members seeking to conscientiously object to the war, though there were other reasons, including the opinion that this war does not defend U.S. interests and concerns about potential religious motives after a commander reportedly said that the war would bring about the return of Jesus. Another oft-cited reason was the perceived incompetence of U.S. President Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, Prisner said. So yeah, that gives a bit better of an idea of what is going on. It's not any of this open defiance. However, there is definitely an undercurrent of distrust and dissent that is going on within the United States military now.
I got a quick question.
Go ahead.
Other than, of course, there are people that don't appreciate what's happening and they are in the army. Do people think that as a soldier you have a choice? Don't they understand that this is considered treason? If you are given orders to go somewhere and you don't, you are gonna go through court martial.
Well, and the thinking about that, what they'll try to say as defense of that is that, well, soldiers are allowed to not follow unlawful orders, but then when that was brought up by Democrats, that soldiers are allowed to not follow unlawful orders, Trump called that sedition and made allusions to the idea that those people should hang in multiple tweets. So the idea that there isn't an atmosphere of fear surrounding the idea of disobeying unlawful orders would just be delusional for anybody to deny at this point in time. That's definitely the case. Even though it is, in fact, from basic training, supposed to be drilled into these soldiers' minds specifically because of what happened with the Germans and with the Japanese and with the Italians in the Second World War, when countless soldiers were essentially able to get out of the horrible things that they did because they had the excuse that they were just following orders. There was an understanding that, hey, we should probably have safeguards in place in order to make sure that soldiers aren't able to just wantonly do whatever their commander decides they ought to do in that particular moment. And that's just being ignored nowadays, unfortunately. Anyways, on to the next segment. We have got the ice segment.
Before we go to the next segment, I have to drop off.
Peter, thank you for being here.
Yeah. If
I heard your bird there. Thank you for being here as well.
Yes. Can you make me full screen one more time?
I absolutely can make you full screen,
Peter. Just to make sure that everyone loses the sight in their eyes.
Oh no. Oh no.
And since Achilles brought us a video earlier about reincarnation, Achilles, Lupin will come back as a dog.
Oh damn. We've got
there he is.
Live reincarnation update. That dog's way too cute. That dog's way too cute.
Yeah. Okay. And then at last I want to end on a high note. So listen carefully. This could be important.
Gay, sexual, and other men have had sex with me are 17 times more likely to get oral cancer than heterosexual men. Ah, interesting.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you very much for ending things on a high note.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Okay.
You better send me that one that you just put up there. You better send me that one because that's gonna make a way better thumbnail.
It will be available on Facebook forthwith.
Excellent.
Okay. Thanks for having me, and thanks for hanging out.
Absolutely.
Achilles, was good to see you too.
See you soon.
And everybody in chat. Thank you. Except for Spooky Bear, who's only watching and liked the video far too late. Okay.
Take care, Peter.
That's me out. Catch you guys later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Alrighty. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that we've been able to kind of intersperse things with a couple of laughs. It's not been the worst thing ever, it must be said. Anyways, let us check out the beginning of our next segment here. And Achilles, if you're going to type or anything like that, please mute, just as a reminder, friendly.
Right.
But anyways, sorry, friendly reminder. Look, I'm so tired that I'm literally mixing it.
Just as a reminder, friendly Achilles, I just want to let you know that you got to do that.
I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't pull it, but did you see Trump call Gavin Newsom the president of the United States? Did you see that clip? He's literally sitting behind the Resolute desk, and he's like, "President of the United States, Gavin Newsom," and it's like, what? Hold on, wait.
And not only that, he's talking about how he doesn't know stuff.
Yeah, that's so true, actually. Yeah, he doesn't know anything. He's dumb.
Yeah.
Doesn't know what he's talking about, folks. Yeah, that's definitely Gavin, not you, Trump. Not at all.
Yeah. What blew my mind though recently is how he called Joe Kent weak. And if you look at the background of Joe Kent, he has been in 11 active battles in Iraq and Afghanistan. And he lost his wife, who was deployed with him as a soldier when their base in Syria got bombed. And you get this president calling a man like that weak. A man who didn't even go to the army calls Joe Kent weak. So I don't know, man. I grew up thinking that veterans, there's nothing more that deserves more respect than a veteran. And then we get this guy. But go ahead.
Yeah. Trump blames recent attacks on genetics of assailants. President Donald Trump previously told a radio show that immigrants who became murderers had quote-unquote bad genes. Now, what other group of people, just as a quick question, associated bad genetics?
It's a trick question, people.
Yeah, don't think about it too hard, folks. You can't think about it.
I know 3 questions. That's one of them.
The defenders of this stuff, they'll say that, like, oh, it's not enough that you just say that Trump is a bad person. You have to compare him to this very specific political idea, this very specific political identity that comes from the early 1900s. And it's like, yeah, we compare it to those groups of people because of shit like this, because they echo their fucking talking points. You goddamn idiots.
Verbatim. And if you remember the time I said a week ago that I was trying to make a video about Mussolini and Trump, how they said the same things. It was actually inspired by that video of that documentary of that John Harris, or was it John?
Yeah, sure. I think it was Johnny Harris or something like that.
Yeah. Where you hear Mussolini, who was the inspiration of Hitler. So Mussolini came first and inspired Adolf. So if we want to hear quotes, we have to get them from Mussolini. And you'll see that it was all about the evil socialists that are destroying our country. And he was glorifying the military. And he started making his party out of military members. And the fact that he was going against socialism was very convenient to the big tech of the time, because they didn't want any uprisings in their factories.
Right.
So they backed Mussolini because he was talking against socialism.
Right. And there's a technocratic kind of aspect to fascism. There's this idea that the groups that are pushing, especially certain things, coincidentally, military technology, those people are the ones that always get a whole bunch of money. And then also another group of people that get a whole bunch of money are people that are trying to develop new ways of surveilling people and trying to better understand what people are doing, like Intel or Nvidia. Yeah, like something like that. I don't know. Like a direct cooperation between those two, where like one like agrees to like finance a ballroom.
Right. Let's call them ballroom builders. It's going back.
Right. Right. No, there's definitely no direct parallels that are found between those things at all. No. We're just being alarmist idiots when we call these people fascists.
Yeah.
Anyways, President Donald Trump on Thursday blamed, quote, the genetics of assailants in a string of recent attacks across the country. He made the comments after attacks at a university in Virginia and at a synagogue in Michigan, and nearly a week after an improvised explosive was thrown outside a Gracie mansion in New York City.
They're sick people, and a lot of them were left in here. They shouldn't have been let in. Others are just bad. They go bad. Something's wrong. There's something wrong there. The genetics are not exactly... They're not exactly your genetic.
Trump told Fox News Radio's Brian Kilmeade in an interview released Friday.
It's one of those problems, Brian. It's a terrible thing, and it happens.
Earlier in the interview, Trump called the assailants sick and really demented people. Yeah, definitely not you, the guy that called fucking Gavin Newsom the president of the United States behind the Resolute desk. Yeah, these people are the ones that are demented, dude. Pointing to the U.S. immigration policy under former presidents as the reason they were present in the U.S.
They came in a lot through Biden, and they came in through other presidents, frankly. And it's a disgrace,
the president said. That's really crazy because I distinctly remember, as a leftist, that during the Biden presidency, I was actually critical of the fact that Biden continued the Kids in Cages program and continued a lot of the horrible, abhorrent things that Trump started with his deportation policies, because as I've said so many times before, Biden was a fucking placeholder president that was just there to incubate another Trump term and keep him in the cultural zeitgeist for a little bit longer. And if that wasn't what he was trying to be, that's what he ultimately turned out to be. So they're effectively the same as far as what the result is, as far as I'm concerned.
Right.
Anyways, let's see.
They came in a lot through Biden, and they came in a lot through other presidents, frankly. And it's a disgrace, the president said.
The president's comments came after one victim died and two were injured after a gunman opened fire in a ROTC classroom Thursday at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. FBI Director Kash Patel said that the shooting would be investigated as an act of terrorism. Court documents show that the gunman had previously been convicted of supporting the Islamic State group, which has not gone away, even though a lot of the media no longer reports on the Islamic State because it's not the big popular thing to talk about anymore. They're still around, especially in places like Africa. They've not gone away by any stretch of the imagination. I might even do that as a segment on my show at one point. The Islamic State abroad, because people just kind of forget about these things after a while.
Yeah, and you should, because every country that the U.S. has liberated became worse than what it used to be. Like in Afghanistan, women had more rights before the U.S. intervened. Now they get no rights. They can't even get out of the house.
And
anymore.
yeah, and like Libya, like don't get me wrong, was Gaddafi a good person? Obviously not. I would never claim that he was, but now the Islamic State basically runs half of Libya at this point.
And Syria now, because that guy is no longer on a terrorist list. Now he's a president, right?
Right.
And they get Sharia law as well. Iraq is doing so much better right now.
And you know what? One of the crazy things is that people just won't look into things anywhere beyond like the surface level in order to support their arguments, right? Because I've seen people that I even agree with as far as like slavery, and they'll say things like, oh, there's still slavery even to this day in places like Libya. And it's like, okay, but if you just took a second longer to read why there's still slavery in Libya, you find out that the reason why there's still slavery in Libya is because the Islamic State is there selling slaves. That's why there's still slavery, because they believe that the old caliphate, the old system that included the endorsement of slavery, the ability to be able to buy and sell them freely, they believe that that's just the right and proper order of things. So that's why there's still fucking slavery. Because Libya, although it was certainly a troubled country beforehand, I don't remember there being slave markets in Libya under Gaddafi. Maybe I'm wrong about that. If somebody wants to go and find me something that disproves that notion, I'd be more than happy to read it. But from my understanding, there was nothing like that under Gaddafi. So, yeah, there's a long and storied history that the United States has of coming into these regions and fucking them up and then just leaving and thinking that, oh, everything is solved, only to just allow the power vacuum to make at least half of the country, even under the best case scenarios, lives miserable. So,
and what that proves is that their facade. We're not saying here that the U.S. should never intervene. No,
right,
no.
Right.
If you're actually doing it to improve the country would have actually improved in the end. But
Precisely.
as we see, it's all about the something on my throat there. So we see right now that first off, Khomeini was against nuclear weapons. Now the person that is up because they killed like 2 layers of possible candidates, and they put his second son up. Now he's not against nuclear weapons. Then we have somebody who has a couple of university degrees, and he was a very good intermediate that he could talk with the US and he could talk with Israel. He was not that radical, and we took that one out too. So what are you expecting? Are you expecting like the guy that took over is 200 times worse than who was there? And are you expecting the country to be better when we're done with their oil? And I say we, I just mean Western civilization, because it's not just the US and it's not just Trump. It's the military complex behind them. They have the same donors behind their campaigns, and the same thing is happening on Europe. And now Europe is shit scared, and they're like, we have nothing to do with this. This is all on you. Yeah, I'll be with Trump here and be like, pussies, you know. Anyway, yeah. So don't expect it to get better. Just don't fall for the trap, guys. It is oil, period.
Well, I'm gonna keep reading this a bit more.
Go ahead,
No, it's all good. No, you're good. You're good. The suspect in the attack was a U.S. citizen who had emigrated from Lebanon. Oh, wait. Sorry, I actually missed one. Later Thursday, armed guards at a synagogue killed a driver in a car, ramming attack on Temple Israel Synagogue in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. The suspect in that attack was a U.S. citizen who had emigrated from Lebanon and lost several family members there last week in an Israeli strike, officials said. Oh my God, a guy that got radicalized by... And this is the thing, right? Do you really think the American media wants to report on shit like this, like in a broader context? The fact that there are domestic terrorist attacks in the United States occurring right now in real time because of this war that's going on in the Middle East? Of course they're not going to want to try and correlate those two things together. Because then at that point, the American government would have to accept even the smallest smidgen, even indirectly, of responsibility for the deaths of the people that unfortunately lost their lives in these tragedies. But no, of course they're not going to do that. They're just going to act like these were somehow unrelated. Anyways, I mean, they're calling it terrorism, sure, but are they really going to, at least on a media level, try and correlate that terrorism with like, oh my gosh, they're doing that because of what's going on in Iran? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see whether or not they justify that. I think, personally, that they're not really going to try to make that push until something big and organized happens. Unfortunately, and I'm not saying this with any kind of hope that that's going to be the case, but I think the media is waiting for another 9/11 level event. I think they're waiting with their haunches prepared. They are hoping and praying that something like that happens, because if something like that happens, not only are they going to be able to make a shitload of money covering it, but subsequently they're going to be able to use that as justification to take away people's rights, like they did with the Patriot Act following 9/11.
Yeah. Do you know? Do you remember who Mr. Lucky is?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Mr. Lucky is Silverstein, who leased the towers and wait, is it Silverstein? I think it'll be. Yes, Silverstein. Okay, Larry Silverstein. They call him Mr. Lucky because he leased the towers, all three of them, and insured them for terrorist attacks, and then they happened, but only on two. So we had to pull the third one. Remember the quote? That's the guy. You know about that? You didn't know about it?
No, I've heard about that. I'm pretty sure that's like in loose change or something like that in one
But
place.
all the way back then, yes. So, did you hear recently, like a week ago, that after the war started, that there is intelligence that the Iranians want to hit California? Did you hear
Yeah,
that?
I heard about that. I don't know whether or not it was actually something. I didn't have time to verify it, so I didn't pull it for the show. But I just saw some article about how the FBI allegedly found some drone off the coast of California that allegedly came from Iran. It's like, how? How did it come from the Pacific Ocean?
Right. But here's what's funny. Larry Silverstein leased the biggest tower of Los Angeles, LA Tower, and he has insured it for a terrorist attack.
Oh,
and I'll have the quote for you right here. It is from CityBiz, an official magazine about business and stuff.
Oh, I see it there. Yep. Okay, you're shared.
Okay. So this doesn't look good, guys. Are we that dumb to fall for the same trick twice? I don't know. I'll ask myself this. Back then, people said never again. And exactly 25 years later, the mayor of that city is a Muslim who will not condemn Al Qaeda and has evaded calling this one a terrorist act. And he's the mayor of the city that it happened. So, yeah, I do think we can fall for it again. People forget easily.
I don't know. I mean, like, wait, are you saying that Ma'am Donnie has refused to? I didn't.
Yeah.
Where's that?
It's been all over when it happened. When he, there were so many interviews where people asked him to condemn Al Qaeda, and he always changed the subject. He never does. And the same with calling it a terrorist act. What happened with the towers?
I'll have to look into that after this. But anyways, in order not to get too distracted, because we do have a lot to cover.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep pushing with what we've got here.
I'm sorry for the
No,
tangent.
you're good. No, you're good. You're good.
I'm Mr. Tangent with you.
The suspect in the attack was a U.S. citizen who had emigrated from. I already read this part. Earlier this month, two men who were arrested and accused of throwing an improvised explosive device during an. Oh, pardon me, just 1 second. Sorry, I had to sneeze there, and I doubt anybody wanted to hear that. So, anyways, Earlier this month, 2 men were arrested and accused of throwing an improvised explosive device during an anti-Islam demonstration and a counter-protest outside the mansion that serves as the residence for the New York City mayor. The city's police commissioner said Monday that the incident was being investigated as ISIS-inspired terrorism. The president has often used the language around genetics to praise or criticize others. Experts have long associated similar language with racial pseudoscience or eugenics, a theory regarding superior hereditary traits of racial groups that modern scientists have debunked and found to be unethical. Last week, during a Medal of Honor ceremony at the White House, Trump spoke about U.S. Army Staff Sergeant Michael H. Ollis, who received a posthumous award. Quote,
"The genetics of that family are very strong, right? I said that before. All 3 families, I said good. I see some of the young ones today, and I say, you have good genes. They were asking me, what does that mean? I said, don't worry about it. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's not fucking foreboding at all. You'll figure it out. Yeah. No, he just means the blue gene kind of genes here, guys. He doesn't mean the what are you guys talking about with this sensation media?
Why do you
You'll have
think?
excellent genes one day.
Why do you think that was an accident? The fact that they had that ad about the right genes, right after the presidency, because that's why it received such a backlash.
Right.
Because it was not about genes.
Right, exactly. It was about another. It was a dog whistle.
Right.
And
exactly what it was.
There's more and more of those happening as time goes on nowadays, unfortunately. Let's see. But you have the best genes you can have.
But you have the best genes that you can have, actually,
the president said. Last year, Trump also mentioned good genes when referring to a naval officer at the military branch's 250th anniversary celebration. While shouting out a commander in attendance, the president said, "Wow, look at this handsome guy. That's good genetics, good genes." Wow, that's good of you to notice, Trump. It's really nice. Yeah, suffice it to say, this guy is blatantly employing fascist rhetoric when he's talking about this kind of stuff. All right, moving on to the next segment. We have got. So, one of the things that's often brought up by Trump and by his ilk is that
one of the reasons we gotta get these illegals out of here is because they're all criminals. They're all criminals. They're trying to ruin our country, folks. Look at them.
In reality, when we look at the criminals, quote unquote, that make up these arrests, less than 14% of Trump's ICE arrests had violent criminal records, report says. Less than 14% of those arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement in President Donald Trump's first year in office had violent criminal records, and nearly 40% had no criminal record at all, according to Department of Homeland. That's only almost half, guys. Come on, it's only almost half. The other 40%, I mean, like, they committed the crime of being here. Come on. That's why they need to get gaffled up and deported, including, by the way, if they have birthright citizenship, because who is the guy that on his first day in office signed an executive order trying to undermine the notion of birthright citizenship in the United States in his second term? And that was you, right, Trump? Yeah, I thought that was you. I thought so. No criminal record at all, according to Department of Homeland Security data obtained by CBS, contradicting Trump's claims that ICE is routinely removing violent and dangerous people. So, key facts, about 40% of those arrested only had civil immigration violations and weren't charged or convicted of any other offenses. Less than 1% were accused or convicted of homicide, and less than 2% were accused or convicted of sexual assault. And by the way, that's not to say that obviously they are taking some violent people off the streets. Like, that's good, obviously. I don't want those people around. I don't think anybody wants people that are convicted of those things around. in our society, especially if they're here illegally. However, when you look into the actual numbers and proportional populations of those people, it really doesn't justify the center stage they take in people like Trump's rhetoric. There's really no actual reason for him to be talking about that much if they indeed make up such a tiny portion of the population, unless he's trying to blow it out of proportion in order to propagate a narrative. But surely not. Surely not. I can't imagine why he would do something like that, especially when he's so obsessed with things like genes to the point where he's bringing them up in neo-Nazi-esque talking points. Less than 1% were accused or convicted. Or actually, I read that part. The report is similar to data from the Department Data Project that found that a third of immigrants arrested nationwide had no criminal record, the New York Times reported in December. The report comes as Americans' views of Trump's immigration enforcement tactics have worsened in the wake of two high-profile killings of Americans by federal agents in Minneapolis this year. Polls consistently show a majority believe ICE is too aggressive in their tactics. ICE's widespread approach of targeting undocumented immigrants rather than those with criminal records has caused divisions within Trump's administration, as his borders are. Tom Hammond prefers a targeted approach, and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, or should we say former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, favors mass raids. Crucial quote. So, let's see.
They're apprehending murderers, drug dealers, a lot of bad people. Vicious. Many of them murderers,
Trump said during a press conference last month, defending his administration's immigration enforcement tactics.
Boy, these are rough characters. Some of them were brutal killers. They are mentally insane.
Trump made the comments while showcasing ICE arrests with criminal records, holding up pieces of paper bearing their mugshots and labeled Minnesota worst of the worst.
I know bad people.
They're all bad, every single one of them, Achilles. The second that they crossed the border, they just killed the first person that they saw. Every single one of them.
They're having sex with children. No way.
No, wait, that's not them. Hold on.
Wrong meeting.
Jeez. All right. Let's keep going. 65%. That's the share of respondents in a PBS/Marist poll last week who said that they believe ICE has gone too far in its approach to immigration enforcement, up from 54% in June. Key background. Trump had taken steps to de-escalate tensions in the wake of backlash to Renee Good and Alex Preddy's deaths in Minneapolis, including sending Homan to Minneapolis, sidelining Noem. And Trump said last week that he personally ordered 700 federal agents to leave Minnesota, what he called a softer touch needed on immigration enforcement. At the same time, the White House has watered down Trump's comments, with Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt telling reporters Trump had his softer touch comment. His softer touch comment referred to more coordination from local and state law enforcement. Democratic leaders in Minnesota have said that the drawdown is a step in the right direction, but have called for a full-scale withdrawal, noting that more than 2,000 federal agents still remain in the state. So yeah, the rhetoric regarding the proportion of people that are actually these horrible violent offenders, while they're there and while they absolutely need to be dealt with, they're not anywhere near what is supposed to justify what's going on here at all whatsoever. So, with that being said, this is our next segment that we have. This is from Al Jazeera, so I know some people are going to try to claim that it's fake. Outrage as Afghan asylum seeker who fought alongside U.S. dies in ICE custody. Family and advocates call for full probe after Mohammed Nazir Pakhtayawal, I will say.
Yeah, no, I can't help you there, dude.
Dies less than 24 hours after being detained. Less than 24 hours. I'm sure nothing untoward happened to him in those less than 24 hours. I'm sure that it was just natural causes that caused that to happen.
People die.
That's the natural part of war, even if they fought in previous wars.
God, what a
Do you remember that moment where the American, I don't remember the model of the plane, wasn't a C-130, it was a bigger one, was departing Afghanistan, and everybody was jumping on the airplane, like on the wheel.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yep, I've seen that footage. That's awful stuff.
Just to tell the viewers, the reason why they were jumping on the plane is because those were the people that the U.S. used as translators and as assistants, and then they just left, leaving them behind. So
this was one of the fortunate ones that managed to make it back, only to end up dying in ICE custody. But hey, America takes such good care of the military, right? Rah, rah for the troops, right, guys? Woo! Unless they're brown. Then they get to die in detention centers. Washington, D.C., advocacy groups are calling for answers after an Afghan asylum seeker in the United States died just hours after being taken into custody by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement ICE agents. The death of 41-year-old Mohammed Nazir Pakhtayawal, Pakhtayawal comes at a time when the administration of U.S. President Donald Trump has surged immigration enforcement as part of a mass deportation campaign. The drive has often touched on the lives of the about 70,000 Afghans evacuated to the United States in the wake of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021. Like Pakhtayawal, who worked alongside U.S. forces during Washington's 2-year military deployment to the country, thousands of other Afghans, fearing Taliban reprisal, have since relocated to the U.S. Pakhtayawal's family described him as a loving husband and father, with 6 children who worked at a halal market and bakery near his home in Richardson, Texas. In a statement relayed through the Afghan EVAC advocacy group, they said that he was detained on March 13th as he left to drop his children off at school. Quote, his children watched as he was surrounded and taken away, the family said in a statement. That moment will stay with them forever. Less than 24 hours later, they were notified that he had been rushed to the hospital, where he died. Quote, we cannot understand how this happened. He was only 41 years old, and he was a strong and healthy man, they said. His children keep asking when he'll come home. Abdication of the duty of care. For its part, ICE said in a statement that Pakhtayawal had complained of shortness of breath and chest pains while being processed. He was then rushed to nearby Parkland Hospital, where he was administered care. The next morning, the agency said that medical staff noticed that Pakhtayawal's tongue had swelling, saying after multiple life-saving efforts were attempted, he was declared deceased at 9:10 a.m. So let's just say that this fucking version of events is actually accurate. That this is exactly how this played out. It just happened to be an unfortunate medical episode that this guy just happened to suffer. I'm sure that if this guy was just minding his own business and around his family, who would have been able to sense a difference in him way fucking sooner than any fucking ICE agent who probably isn't paying attention to him at this point now that they're in his now that he's in their custody. You really mean to tell me that even under the best case scenario, they didn't kill this guy through fucking negligence? Really? There's gonna be some sort of fucking excuse making for this shit. So let me just try and attempt to get out ahead of that fucking excuse making right now, and say that if you're trying to think that right, if you're thinking that way right now, that's where your mind jumps to, is an attempt to justify these actions. You're a fucking piece of shit, unequivocally.
I second that. I second that. And I just want to say that these symptoms do sound a lot like acute waterboardosis. It happens when they waterboard you. You have a shortage of breath. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Let's see. The next morning, the agency said medical staff noticed that Pakatual's tongue was swelling. I already read this part. ICE further described Pakatual, also known as Mohammed Nazir Pakatual, as a criminal illegal alien, saying that he had previously been arrested by local authorities for fraud and theft involving food benefits from the U.S. Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, or SNAP. Ah, yes. I'm sure that he, unlike plenty of other people who were provably shown to have been caught up in that SNAP program scandal, quote unquote, in order to just try to bolster the numbers, in order to try and post hoc justify Trump's claims about those things. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it whatsoever. But speaking to Al Jazeera, Sean Van Diver, the founder of Afghan Evac, said that the quote-unquote criminal label was meant to distract from Pakatual's death. He said Pakatual was never charged, let alone convicted, following the arrests. They don't say that he was never charged. They don't say that he was never convicted. Of course they don't say that, because if they fucking said that, that would undermine the whole fucking narrative that they're trying to build. And why would they try to do that when they're very clearly trying to present a different fucking set of alternative facts in order to try and justify an event that is clearly objectively fucking... If you believe in objective morality, if you're one of the people that's religious and you believe that things are objectively moral or immoral, then you tell me right now how this right here isn't fucking objectively immoral. How this right here wasn't an abject miscarriage of justice, cosmically or otherwise. That just happened right here. Because I feel like I'm not going to hear that kind of fucking justification. Unfortunately, quote unquote, unfortunately, it seems like I've ran most of those people off by standing up to their stupid fucking bullshit. Anyways, let's see. It's not normal for...
I'm still here, Aiden. And whoever does stand for objective morality, they should not be turning their eyes when it's their president or their country that is doing shit. Period.
I know, and I appreciate the fact that you're at least willing to stand up for it, because there's a shocking lack of people that just aren't. But anyways,
shocking. I said the other day on the PGs, you have to check that out. The latest show we did. We even have the ghost of Dan at the distance being dissatisfied with that show on the thumbnail. I mean, I laughed hard when Stephen made that. The thing is, I was trying to convince Stephen that we need to talk about this as Christians. And Stephen, although he's a lot like me, he does have this American thing that there's a difference between religion and politics, and we should not be talking about politics. But for me, injustice, killing people, that's part of religion. If you claim to be something, then we're going to hold you up to a higher standard than those that are like, I don't care for anything. Those, let's say, yeah, they have the right to do whatever they think is best. But if you claim to be a Christian... So anyway, I got a lot of pushback because I said, and you're going to see in the comment section what kind of pushback that is. I said, I'm not disappointed with Satan. Satan is being exactly who I thought he would be. He's doing his job. He's doing a great job. I am disappointed at Christians because as this thing is coming up, I see everybody turning the other way, and they're like, "Oh, this is not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening." So, so I don't know. Yeah, I'll die on that hill that Christians should care.
They should.
Like, they pretended to vote for this guy for the orange because he used the Christian market, and then they're like, okay, well, he didn't do that. I mean, it started when he didn't swear on the Bible, and people were, I didn't see that. When was that? He swore on the Bible on the first election. Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, I saw that hypocrisy right there. I just didn't know how deep it's rooted.
You know, the thing that blows my mind more than anything else is when it comes to, and I mean, you don't have to comment on this at all if you don't want to. Thanks, Spooky. Thanks for, I appreciate it for the fist of solidarity. But the thing that blows my mind is that he always wants to talk about Christ crucified, Christ crucified, Christ crucified. He always brings that up so many times. And it's like, Dan, what makes the story of Christ crucified so compelling? What is the aspect about Christ's crucifixion that makes it such a compelling story to so many people? It's the fact that he was wrongfully accused of a crime that he didn't actually commit and died as a direct result of that crime on behalf of a wider cause, that cause being the salvation of humanity. But he died in order to try and sustain a cause beyond himself, and died on those principles. That's what makes it so compelling, at least to me. That's what makes the story. I don't believe that he was actually the Son of God, but I would never deny that it's not a compelling and interesting story that occurred. And whether you think that he came out of the tomb 3 days later or not, I just can't see how you can somehow reconcile the idea that the story of this man who was wrongfully accused of being a criminal when he in fact was trying to uphold the law, uphold a law bigger than the law that was immediately presented to those people in that time. How can you look at a story like that and say, that doesn't apply to what's going on right now, though?
Yeah.
The injustice in that story is different than the injustice nowadays, because it's harder to stand up to injustice nowadays compared to injustice 2,000 years ago. Well,
Yeah,
what's the win for you? Don't call yourself a Christian as far as I'm concerned.
I'll play devil's advocate, and it's very funny that you need to say that I'll play devil's advocate to support Christians. That is that, right? But what they would respond to this is that Jesus never cared for politics. Yeah, but he did focus all his life against hypocrisy. And look around you right now, like, the hypocrisy is off charts. And the only one verse that they have against saying that he never cared for politics. First off, sorry guys, whoever is listening to this and he thinks that bombing children's schools is politics,
Right.
F you. F you. I don't want to say it because I'm trying to control my mouth, but that's what you deserve as a statement. F you. If you think that that's just politics, I said it, right? But the only thing they have is that they tried playing him, they tried to trick him into him being a rebel for the Roman Empire so they can accuse him. And they said whether we should be paying taxes. And he said, who is on that coin? It's Caesar. Therefore, give to Caesar what belongs to him and give to God what belongs to God.
And they take out the context that it was a test that was specifically being employed for him at a specific time in order to test him against a specific empire that existed at that specific time. Like, all of that context gets completely removed.
Yeah. one thing for sure that God didn't, that Jesus did, and I'll agree with them, is that he didn't focus on this world. He came here to preach about another world, a world whether you believe in it or not. He did say though, if you love me, follow my commandments. And I don't understand this thing where yesterday an Israeli missile fell on a hair salon in West Bank. It just fell, right? And it killed the women that were inside, and the only survivor was a little girl. Her mom died, which was pregnant, and a little girl of 5 years old or 7 witnessed that and survived. Now, going to that girl and repeating on her ear, Christ crucified, Christ crucified, Christ crucified, Christ crucified, Christ crucified, I don't think it's what we Christians are supposed to do.
No, of course not. And I mean, yes, did Jesus say that the world is not what we should be focused on? Absolutely. But at the same time, he still fed the 5,000. He still fed the mass of people. He still fed all of them. He still fed, he still revived Lazarus from the dead. You know, he still
put the ear of the soldier.
Right. He healed the ear of the soldier. He received the gift of the perfume that was given to him. You know, like the idea that if he really did think that the world was just entirely irrelevant, and you really want to take that to almost some like Zen Buddhist level conclusion, then why did the apostles get given the exact amount of coinage in the mouths of the fishes that they needed in order to continue their ministry when they needed it? Like, very clearly, God is willing to provide things of this earth in order to facilitate that people better understand his word and his work. So the idea that he just doesn't care about that at all in any sense, I think, is taking things to such an extreme, because it's clear that he used things within the world in order to spread and further the understanding of his ministry.
And he did say, loving your neighbor as yourself is equal to loving God. So I don't remember reading there. I don't know what the translation they're using, but I don't remember reading there.
But Achilles, your neighbor is of this world, so you shouldn't care about them. They shouldn't even matter.
My neighbor is the one I'm having barbecues with. And I like him. So sad, man. It's sad.
It is ridiculous. It is, and it is sad as well. But
yeah, sorry.
Let's see. No, it's all good. So, do I have somebody? Oh, did you
disconnected for a second?
No, it's okay. What everyone's views on immigration policies? A man who served alongside U.S. forces for over a decade, who was evacuated to the U.S. with legal status, who is raising his family here, who is living the life of a neighbor and a dad, deserved to be treated with dignity, the organization said in a statement. He deserved basic, adequate care. He deserved to survive, it said. Hardline immigration policies. Pakatuel's death comes as rights groups have repeatedly warned of the treatment of immigration detainees in the United States, whose numbers have surged amid the Trump administration's enforcement crackdown. And make no mistake, when people make comparisons to the camps and they talk about things like this, I've already made the comparison readily apparent earlier on the show. I think the best one to compare them to right now, at the moment, aren't the ones in Germany. They're the ones that were built in the 40s for the Japanese in the United States to intern them and keep them in a specific place. And much like those internment camps, we're seeing that those conditions that those people were subjected to are so bad that people are literally dying in these facilities. And in this case, literally dying less than a day after being sent into these facilities. So when people talk about concentration camps, and I don't know whether or not that's going to like flag my YouTube video, maybe it will, but I just want to be unequivocal when I say that. We're not the only ones that existed weren't just the ones in Poland and Germany. There are other ones and other kinds of camps that have existed in places like South Africa. They've existed in the United Kingdom. They've existed in the United States. They've even existed, arguably, in places like Canada during the residential school system. So there are many forms that this takes. And the idea that the only way that you're going to see it is when the ovens start coming out is not true. And as a matter of fact, if that's the level that it has to get to for you to start getting concerned, then I hate to be the one to tell you, but then it's too fucking late. You simpleton. At that point, they've already fucking won, and there's nothing that you can do about it. So this reactionary post hoc, I'm only going to get off my ass and do something once they've already fucking won everything out kind of attitude has just got to get called out for the dumb fuckery that it is.
100%. What you will be able to do when that happens is join them. Nothing else.
That's going to be your only choice.
Yep.
And you think that if indeed it really went to that conclusion, that if you had other opinions a while ago, but now have changed them, that they're not still going to put you on a watch list, that you're not going to be an item of suspicion and derision for those people because you weren't an adopter as early as these other people. It always becomes a hierarchy under these extremist authoritarian regimes. It's always an endless series of purity tests. And you might meet some of those purity tests. You're probably going to be better off than some people. But if you think that you're going to be the cream of the crop that's going to rise to the top, no, you're not. Sorry to say. Something tells me that you're going to be a lot closer to the people in those grainy black and white videos at fucking Stalingrad compared to the people in the fucking train cars deciding how the people in Stalingrad were going to fight. Sorry to say. Anyways, Pakatuel's death, I already read this paragraph. Immigration experts have said that this included the increased attention of refugees and asylum seekers who are otherwise legally allowed to be in the country. All told, according to the American Immigration Council, the number of people in ICE detention surged during Trump's first year in office, increasing from 40,000 to 73,000 as of January 2026. Afghans living in the U.S., meanwhile, have faced particular scrutiny from the Trump administration. After an Afghan national shot 2 National Guard members in Washington, D.C. in November 2025, killing one of the soldiers, the administration announced that it was pausing the issuance of new visas to Afghan nationals, as well as halting decisions on asylum cases. Advocacy groups have decried the move, as collective punishment. Even Afghans, by the way, this case right here, the gentleman that's being shown right here is another person. This was Rohingya, I believe, that was unfortunately basically abandoned and left to freeze to death. At a complete other side of town compared to his home, left in front of a donut shop that was closed because it was quote unquote a warm and safe place for them to drop him off at, even though we know from the CCTV footage that we have of when they dropped him off that they would have known that it was closed at the time that they dropped him off there. So they blatantly murdered this man who was legally blind, barely able to even see, just a couple of feet away from him, and was taken into custody in the first place only because he wandered off of his usual path that he typically went on walks for, and due to the fact that he wasn't able to afford a cane that would properly be able to facilitate his needs, had a shower curtain rod that was deemed as a weapon. So not only was he wrongfully taken into custody, he then directly as a result, much like this other individual that we're talking about, died shortly. Unlike this individual, however, at least Ice had the very bare, and when I say bare, I mean like the skin of an onion is the width of the hull of a battleship by comparison level excuse that he wasn't directly in ICE custody. Mr. Rohingya here was not directly in ICE custody when he died. However, the same can't even be said for this gentleman. He directly died in their custody, and yet we're still going to fucking hear another endless set of excuses about how it's still somehow fucking fine because, oh, we tried to rush him to a hospital, guys. We did our very best in order to try and save him. Just endless fucking excuses. Right. Even though the fucking commonality between all of these things is ICE. It's Immigration Customs Enforcement. It is systemically a broken fucking organization, and it needs to be abolished. It needs to be gotten rid of.
Or if you want it, it better be constitutional. It better do due process. It better have people that are trained, not just throw ads on the internet about people playing video games. Why don't you leave your Xbox and come here and defend America? Yeah. So if you want the deportation agency, it better be going through some specific rule of law methods before they like get stormed out in the streets like the Mussolini thugs.
Right. I'm gonna finish this out here. Even Afghans who worked alongside U.S. forces or other organizations, a group that has traditionally had bipartisan support, have not been spared from the hardline policies. While a court has ordered that special immigrant visas, or SIVs, which are reserved for individuals who worked directly in support of the U.S. military, must still be processed by the administration, advocates say that the program had essentially ground to a halt. The Trump administration had effectively shut refugee pathways for Afghans, curtailing the U.S. refugee program and instead prioritizing white South Africans. By the way, I didn't pull this for the show, but a whole bunch of those white South Africans that came over to the United States, I remember Terry was virtue signaling about those people a whole bunch back in the day.
Trump saved the beautiful, gorgeous white people of South Africa, and he's so beautiful for doing that.
Anyways, I think that's why they called him the Great White Hope or whatever. I think that was like the dog whistle. Well, the public-facing reason for why they use that dog whistle. Anyways, a whole bunch of those people have now subsequently went back to South Africa. And the two main reasons that they've cited for why they've gone back to South Africa is A, cost of living is through the roof in the United States right now, and they can't afford to live there. And B, a bunch of them have actually found that parts of the United States are fucking worse than South Africa in terms of the fucking discrimination.
Dude, imagine that, huh?
Right? Worse than a fucking state that literally within the lifetime of several generations of people that lived there was overtly an apartheid state, which, by the way, was supported by Israel. Was one of the only countries that supported the Bantustans of apartheid South Africa. Anyways, sorry. Sorry. My bad.
But it's funny. People said, compared to this, I'll go back to Kenya.
Yeah. Like, they literally would rather go back to South Africa than live in America. But yeah, it's such a great place. I wonder why Jesse Ventura called it a third world country, guys. I wonder why. I'm sure he's just exaggerating when he said that, though, right?
By the way, I freaked out in the US, dude. I wanted to come back to my country where I feel free, because I felt imprisoned by the rights of others. You were having a discussion at some point, which I'm sorry, it is a tangent. You were having a discussion. I'll try to make it as quick as possible, but it's supporting
No,
your
you're good.
point,
You're good.
that you were saying that a cop can lie to you, and I think it was more the saying a cops never lie to you and stuff like that. They're here to protect you. What do you mean you don't want them? Like we shouldn't have them? But you were saying that they can lie to you 100%. So I don't know if I've told you this short story. I love dogs. I love dogs, like literally love them. And at some point, the guy that was living underneath my house got himself a pincher,
Okay.
but he never took care of it. Like he always left it outside. He was leaving for work, and when he came back, the poor dog was barking all day outside. So every time I was leaving to go to my university, I would spend like 10 to 15 minutes petting the dog. Outside of I would put my hand in the fence and play with the dog and pet it, and talk to it and stuff like that. I love the fact that I have a friend, you know. At some point, his dog disappears. He knocks on my door and he's like, hey man, have you seen my dog? I'm like, I saw it like yesterday. Why? It's like, it's not there anymore. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, I don't know. I think somebody stole it. Like, are you kidding me? So I went down with a guy, spent minutes, like an hour with him talking about it. Before I know it, a week later, somebody knocks on my door and he says, uh, police. And he was dressed with a civil clothes.
Right.
I'm like, hello, sir. What can I do for you? He said, do you mind if I come in? I didn't know my rights. I should say no. Do you have a warrant? Right? I didn't know my rights. But I'm like, because I didn't know my rights and I'm Greek, I'm like, of course you can come in. I open the door up and I sit him on the living room. I make him a coffee. So he started lying to me, telling me that the reason he's there is because the guy that lives underneath my.
Oh, you
Okay.
got out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
So
said the guy that lives under your, and then keep going.
he wants to join the police force. So what he's doing is he's interviewing his neighbors to see if he has any weird behaviors, things that the police should know. So I said, oh no, you guys are kidding me. The guy is a great guy. I'm glad that he's joining the police because I think the police needs people like that. We had a little incident recently. He lost his dog and he accused me. Oh, I forgot to tell you that. He accused me that I stole the dog.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I was living over his house. I didn't have any other place in the US. I was there with a student visa. Where is your damn dog if I took it? Did I ship it home? So I just found that super dumb.
Yeah.
And kept going with my life. So the officer, I told him that, yeah, we had that incident at some point. He accused me of stealing his dog, but I loved his dog, but I wouldn't steal his dog. Are you kidding me? Anyway, after like a couple of hours that we were talking, he said, you know what? I have a confession to make. I wasn't here to do this, what I told you I was here to do. I was here to check if you have the dog because the guy is complaining at the police that you have his dog. So at that point, he actually said it to me because he liked me. He liked how hospitable I was and how open I was to my answers, and he saw that there is no dog in the house, dude.
Right.
It was a studio. It wasn't even, it didn't have another room.
Yeah, yeah.
But at some point I started wondering this, like, oh, nice. I mean, you kind of lied to me though, didn't you?
Yeah, just a bit. Just a bit.
So yes, they will lie to you.
Oh, absolutely. They will in order to try and get information out of you. And I just the thing that kind of got lost in the sauce in that conversation was the fact that the original thing that was being talked about was whether or not you could get lied to by a police officer. That was the original contention. And then Gretchen came in, who pretty nice person after we kind of talked for a little while. I really didn't mind Gretchen after kind of speaking with her, and I especially appreciated the fact that she served in the military. But which gave her a good frame of reference for some of the things that we talked about later on in the stream as well. But anyways, the thing with the contention with Gretchen that I had ended up basically stemming from the idea that police can basically fabricate evidence during interrogation. Now, she disagreed with the idea that it was a fabrication of evidence, and I still disagree with her about whether it is or it isn't constituting a fabrication of evidence. In my country, it would be considered a fabrication of evidence. Right. In almost every other country around the world, it would be considered a fabrication of evidence.
Yeah, but in the US, we have to debate what it is and how far it can go.
Right. And that's kind of where things ended up shifting away to. So, yeah, I kind of wish that the idea that cops can lie to you would have been at least kind of like fully addressed before things ended up shifting that way. But oh well, it just kind of ended up working out that way. Anyways, I do have to go soon.
Yeah.
So I've got no, you're good. So this one is a really important article that we've got to read as well. However, I did want to read as much of that article as I could, because that was just one of so many horrible, egregious cases from ICE. And I will just say, as one more kind of subtangent, that forever ago I asked Dustin, before he ended up leaving the show and not coming back, that how many people would it take before you would believe that this is a problem with the organization rather than just a problem with individual people. And he wouldn't give me a specific number. And I think the reason why is because even in that short period of time, there have been at least half a dozen individual examples of people like this that have wrongfully died or nearly been killed as well, as they were in ICE custody. So this is not just a problem on an individual level. Unequivocally, it is just not. And anybody who tries to say that it is ignoring the wider context of what's going on, as far as what I'm concerned. So, moving on to our next topic, we have.
I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry. I do have to respond to you on that. There wouldn't be a specific number. He can't give you one. The reason is because when he would reach that quota, he would push the goalpost. And it's not about Dustin. It is about people that get so nationalized that they blind themselves to how nationalism can turn into fascism. Before I got banned on the channel we mentioned earlier, I said, "Are you ready for?" He said something. It's just airstrike. It's not an invasion. And I said, "Okay, how about the 5,000 Marines?"
Oh, you're talking about Lupin?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. I'm sorry.
What about the 5,000 Marines that are on the USS Tripoli, which is on its way there right now? You know the response I got to that? Because the argument was whether it's an invasion or not. And I said, what about the 5,000 Marines that are on the way? He said, do you think 5,000 is a big number for us? So you see how the goalpost moves?
Yeah.
There's no stopping this. If they are blinded, they're blinded.
Yep.
Period.
I mean, there at a certain point, what the narrative shifts to inevitably as well is, well, all those people that have already died in this conflict are going to have died in vain unless we keep fighting.
Right.
Unless we keep fighting, then all those people that have already died would have died for nothing. And it's like, you're the one that created that fucking paradigm in the first place. And you're asking us to continue going with that paradigm, because otherwise, if we don't do that, then they're not going to be vindicated. Look,
let's kill more for the vindication of the previous ones.
I'm sure the people who literally had to experience the negative effects of what you guys did firsthand would definitely be some of the first people lining up to have other people have to experience the same shit, right?
Thank God they killed more.
Yeah.
I wasn't the only one.
Right? Like, what a horrible, sick, sadistic way of thinking. It's awful. Anyways, this is a story. I don't know if you've heard too much about what's going on with Cuba right now.
Of course.
But I'm going to play this.
I suffer from that, Aiden. I just watch world news from the hour I wake up until the hour I go to bed.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to cover this then. I'm going to play this, and then we'll talk about it after.
I'll take it.
I think Cuba, in its own way, if tourism and everything else, it's a beautiful island, great weather. They're not in a hurricane zone, which is nice for a change. They won't be asking us for money for hurricanes every week. But I think Cuba's the end. All my life I've been hearing about the United States and Cuba. When will the United States do it? I do believe I'll be having the honor of taking Cuba. That'd be good. That's a big honor. Taking Cuba in some form, yeah. Taking Cuba. I mean, whether I free it, take it, I think I could do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth? They're a very weakened nation right now. They were for a long time. Very violent leaders. Castro was a very violent leader. His brothers are very violent.
He's dead.
That's how they governed. They governed with violence. But a lot of people would like to go back. Okay, one more question.
Yeah, why are they weakened, Donald?
And Cuba's energy.
Yeah, go. Let this one play. Let this one play. Why are they weakened, Donald? Maybe because you have embargoed them since you weren't even born, and now you just cut off all its power.
I don't know whether or not I'll be able to play this one because this is ABC. I don't know whether or not they'll, I don't know whether they're going to be litigious.
The only reason the reason I said let it play is because she started by talking about the energy crisis, because they cut off the energy.
Right.
I think Cuba,
Hold on, Donald. Hold on.
Hold on, Donald. I need to calm down. I already heard you earlier, Donald. Mr. Donald Genius Trump. Thank you very much.
President Donald Trump said on Monday during a signing event in the Oval Office that he thinks that he'll have the honor of taking Cuba. It's a failed nation, Trump said.
They have no money, they have no oil, they have no nothing. They have nice land, they have nice landscapes. It's a beautiful island.
And we already heard all these
remarks. Our own Riviera over here, and Israel can have its own.
Right. And then it kind of gets into the reasons why he claims that it's weak right here. The president's comments come as Cuba was struggling with an energy crisis and a near total blackout, according to local officials. The Cuban Minister of Energy and Mines says Monday that a total disconnection of the National Electromagnetic System, which is known as SEN. Cubans are facing limited water supplies, a loss of basic services in hospitals, as well as access to medicine, sanitation, and food, according to reports. The United States this year put in place a blockade, cutting off Havana's access to foreign oil shipments, including those from Venezuela. The Cuban ministry said on Tuesday that it was working to restore the system after earlier saying the causes are being investigated and protocols for restoration are beginning to be activated. When pressed during the Oval Office Monday event about what taking the country could mean, Trump responded,
"I think I can do anything I want with it."
Like, tell me how this guy isn't literally oh man,
in jail.
Like
I'll take it, free it.
I can just do whatever the hell I want, basically.
Like, this guy is literally trying to be a dictator. How is he not trying to be a dictator when he's openly saying that he can just do whatever the hell he wants when it comes to taking these other countries? No, you can't, Donald.
No,
And
you can't.
we had a realization with Steven on that show that we did that he didn't lie when he said that he's the peace president. I want to be remembered as the peace president. He didn't lie. You know why? Because we didn't ask him to write it down for us. So he is the peace president because he took a piece of Venezuela. He wants a piece of Cuba. He wants a piece of Greenland. He wants a piece of Iran. It's our fault. We didn't ask him to write it to see which piece he was talking about.
I mean, why didn't we think of that? We could have thought about that, but unfortunately, we got outsmarted by Donald Genius Trump yet again. It's not like he's literally actively in real time right now through the Save America Act trying to undermine people's basic abilities to hold this guy to account in a few months come November. Nope. Not at all. And it's not like he's trying to package in a bunch of red herring transgender stuff on top of that in order to try and smokescreen the taking away of American freedoms in. It's like in The Simpsons. There's a part that I know I brought that up earlier, but there's so many things that's covered at this point that how can you not have a Simpsons reference for everything? There's like a bill that's being passed in Congress, and it's like, and now shall we hear the Save Springfield Water Supply Act, and then like somebody's like, yes, I'd like to amend something to that bill, please. And they're like, yes, please proceed. Yeah, I'd like to amend the Kill All Dolphins Act on top of that as well, please. And they're like, all in favor of the Save Springfield Water and Kill All Dolphins Act, say aye. Nobody says it because they're like, they just throw a red herring in there, right? That just makes the rest of it somehow more tenable by comparison. That has nothing to do with what the original one is. The only difference is that I'd say those two things are more related than trans issues and people being able to vote in an election. You know, like, why are those two things being bundled together? They have nothing in common with each other. You know what else? You know who else used to do that a whole bunch? There's this guy named Julius Caesar who would be like, yeah, I'm going to bundle in this bill that, like, distributes a bunch of land to my legionaries. And they'll get really pissed off, by the way, if they don't allow that to go through. I'm going to bundle that with the extension of my dictatorship for another 10 years. So you better pass that. Like, it's just the same fucking tactics, just being employed in a different time. The only difference is, like I've made the point before, Caesar's a hell of a lot more competent than Trump could ever hope to be. So that's your main difference. I do want to move on to this next story, though, because I do got to get going very soon here. And this is related to the previous one that we were covering. Russian tankers could challenge U.S. blockade of Cuba.
Uh-oh.
Russian fuel shipments are heading to Cuba, according to maritime tracking data, in a development that could test President Donald Trump's effort to choke off the island's energy supplies. A U.S.-sanctioned Russian tanker, Anatoly Koldolkin, is carrying crude to Cuba, while a second vessel is believed to be transporting Russian diesel or gasoline. The Anatoly Kolodkin. Yeah, sorry. The Anatoly Kolodkin. Sorry, my brain is kind of starting to get into the territory where we've been streaming for a little while. The Anatoly Kolodkin, owned by the Russian state company, whatever the hell that is, loaded 730,000 barrels of Urals crude in the Russian port of Primorsk on March 8th and could arrive in Cuba as early as March 23rd, according to analytics from Kepler. The vessel is sanctioned by the US and the EU as part of measures aimed at punishing Moscow for its full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The second tanker, the Hong Kong-flagged Seahorse, is reported to be carrying approximately 200,000 barrels of Russian diesel fuel. But then how does that make sense? How's that punishing Moscow?
if they're carrying Russian diesel and Russian oil? Who do you think's profiting off of that? How does that even make any sense? I don't understand that.
Right now, they eased the sanctions to Russia for its oil. So yeah, not right now, but yeah, we'll get back to you, Russia. We'll get you then.
According to maritime tracking data, the U.S. capture of Venezuela's former leader Nicolas Maduro deprived Cuba of an ally whose oil has provided a lifeline to the island. Havana faced even more pressure after Mexico also cut off supplies, bringing the country onto the verge of economic collapse. However, the approach of the Russian vessels could test how far the Trump administration is willing to go to stop fresh fuel shipments from reaching Cuba. Trump has suggested that the U.S. could take over Cuba, telling reporters at the White House on Monday,
I can do anything I want with it. They're a very weakened nation right now.
Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said this week that Moscow was committed to helping authorities in Havana and was ready to provide all possible assistance. The countries were involved in working levels of contact during the energy crisis, he added. Trump's rhetoric prompted Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel to say that any U.S. aggression would be met with impregnable resistance. In his first report to Trump's rhetoric about the island, the Cuban leader said in an X post on Tuesday, quote, the U.S. publicly threatens Cuba almost daily with the forceful overthrow of its constitutional order. You mean to tell me the United States is trying to overthrow an otherwise constitutionally elected government? I can't believe that.
You don't say.
History of doing that ever before.
Ever.
Not once. There's even clips of the guy that, oh man, who is the head of the CIA in Trump's first administration? There's this iconic clip of him where he's talking
Rubio?
about the CIA and he's talking about we may have done some things in Greece and Italy in the 40s and stuff like that, but and then the reporter's like, well, you're not doing things like that nowadays, are you? And he goes, basically, like that's literally what he says almost verbatim. It's just
which also reminds me to throw in here as a Greek that if they have such an issue with countries invading other countries, what about Cyprus? It's been like 50 years that we're not seeing that one. The whole CIA thing that they did a whole coup in Greece so Turkey can take advantage of it and make half Cyprus Muslim. And they're looking the other way for 50 years. But if Russia does it, how dare you?
Yeah. It's blatant hypocrisy, unfortunately. Cuba's foreign minister, Cuban foreign minister Bruno Rodriguez also condemned the U.S. in a X post on Wednesday, which accused Washington of trying to destroy the country's constitutional order. Quote, the collective punishment applied to us Cubans will not dent the full exercise of our sovereignty or our creativity, said Rodriguez. Every aggression of the empire will clash against the irreducible will of the Cuban people. So that's that article. I wanted just to kind of, you know what? I might actually save a couple of these for another show because I'm looking at the time. However, I will use one of these right now, and that is this segment right here because I think it's a nice kind of like breather segment at the very end of the show after we've covered a whole bunch of other stuff. Let's cover something that's actually a little interesting. Might get the mind a little bit not off of what's already been talked about, but a little bit stimulated in a way that's not just, oh, that's horrible, that's awful, that's terrible. I think that might be good. So let's take a look at this. This will be our final segment for the day, and then I will be having our final statements and playing out the outro.
Fire control system on the B-29 bomber was insane. You know the B-29 Super Fortress? The American heavy bomber from World War II famously dropped the atomic bombs? You know it had a computer on board? In 1944. 5 computers, actually. Okay, they were analog computers, but still incredibly advanced for the time. These were vacuum tube-based computers designed by General Electric, each weighing 125 pounds, and they were solely dedicated to remote control machine gun turrets. You see, each gunner's sighting station had a little round window and a really very advanced gun sight. And this gun sight was connected to the machine guns via the computer, and the computer automatically told the guns where to shoot, basically, with a quite astonishing level of accuracy. The gunner did need to provide some information to the computer though. Obviously, he had to physically track the target and keep it within his sights. This was done with a reticle that was a circle of dots that could be enlarged or reduced. The gunner had to keep the target aircraft framed within this reticle. So for example, if an aircraft was getting closer, he'd have to enlarge the reticle to keep it framed. The gunner would also need to input the size of the aircraft into the sight. Gunners were required to memorize the measurements of various enemy aircraft. So for example, if he was targeting a Japanese Zero, he'd input the wingspan. So 30...
Like, this stuff for the, like, contemporary to its time would be like science fiction level technology. The ability to be able to accurately target aircraft like this. And he gets into it in a little bit more detail here, but suffice it to say that, like, when you're in an aircraft and you're manually having to adjust for all of the variables being there, it's something that's extremely intensive and something that you're barely going to be able to account for in the best of conditions.
Well,
At last. Thank you, Spooky. You know what, Spooky? I imagine you're one of the 4 brave and loyal souls that have been thugging it out through the entire show. Thank you very much, Spooky, for being here and hanging out with us this entire time. It's much appreciated. Sorry, go ahead, Achilles. You were saying something.
Nothing. Just to what you were saying, imagine doing all that while getting shot at and getting flagged. So.
Oh, maybe you might have something to say about this. I don't know. But Claude says,
by BG showing a hovering scene piece that I've been commenting on. I'm getting better.
It's getting better over time, yeah. Do you have anything to say about that, Mr. Achilles?
I hope I didn't miss Joe. But I think Steven is uploading videos. It wasn't a live stream. But I've been preoccupied today to talk about things that some Christians consider politics. I don't call them politics. I call them humanitarian issues, and we as a Western civilization just messed up. If you ask the average American, let's consider this my concluding statement. If you ask the average American, what are the people in Iran, what are they made of, like what are they? They think they're Arabs. The truth is that only 3% of them are Arabs. The other majority, which is like a 70%, are the Persian Empire. And we just poked the wrong bear as a Western civilization. Let me just say that. They're white, like you. They had civilization before we do. And it ain't gonna be easy. So I think we messed up. I hope he can do the smart thing and roll this back at some point real soon, because I'm really scared of the future. By the way, I don't know if you noticed, within all these news that have been we getting bombed with, Israel hit a nuclear station.
Really?
Yeah.
You'll have to send that to me. I'll be sure to cover that on my next show for sure.
Very fortunately for us, it didn't hit the reactor.
No, I'll definitely have to cover that on my next show. Thank you for telling me about that. But Spooky says that he took a break for a bit. No, not a problem at all. If you want to take a break for a bit and come back here, I really don't blame you. We go for a fair bit when I do have these shows. So I'm probably going to do... I might for the next little bit here. I'm gonna probably do one more regular show like this on Sunday, and then maybe depending on the week ahead, I might do a Zomboid stream.
I have a suggestion for the zomboid.
Yes.
Can you please name the zombies when you encounter them?
I'll do my best. Yeah, I'll do my best.
Give them names. You know what I mean?
I'll do my best. I'll try to name them more like obscure and like erudite names. Like, hey, Amadeus Worthington or something like that. No, I know what you mean. I know.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah, I could definitely throw that in every once in a while. For sure. I'll take that advice. But anyways, let's play this. By the way, for everybody that's out there right now, if you haven't already, please do like the stream. It would be greatly appreciated. We've been doing this for a little while at this point. Thank you very much, by the way, Achilles, for hanging out here and being my co-host on this
Thank
show.
you, brother.
That was awesome.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this, because it blows my mind that people talk about democracy, freedom of speech, and they're not exercising those rights. It blows my mind. So you're a fresh of breath air.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
89 feet. This information was transmitted from the site to the computer. Based on this input, the computer could instantly work out how far away the target was, what direction it was moving in, and how fast it was going. And the computer was also plugged into other instruments that told it the current airspeed of the B-29, plus its altitude, wind speed, atmospheric conditions. And so by crunching all these numbers, the computer could calculate the perfect ballistic solution and target the guns accordingly. All the gunner had to do was keep the target framed and pull the trigger. A major advantage of this computerized system was that the gunners didn't need to be in the same physical location as the guns. The gunner stations were actually located a fair distance from the guns themselves, and each gunner could control up to 3 turrets simultaneously. So unlike, say, a B-17, the gunners didn't need to be physically aiming and shooting the guns. Good news for them, since they didn't have to deal with the noise and recoil. They also didn't need to wear oxygen masks or bulky insulated clothing, since they were in fully pressurized heated compartments. And aiming a 50 cal machine gun manually, leading the target, compensating for bullet drop and so on. Do you have any idea how hard that must have been? Shooting at a high-speed aircraft from a high-speed aircraft. And you only have a very brief window of time, maybe a couple of seconds to engage the target. But the computer system automates all of that. And with this system, B-29s were remarkably effective at fending off Japanese fighters, which was good because until Iwo Jima was captured in March 1945, they couldn't expect any fighter escort over Japan. If nothing else though, the computer-controlled guns on the B-29 meant that no poor bastard had to crawl into one of these. Follow for more. The fire control...
So yeah, that concludes our final segment of the day. I will just say thank you very much, first and foremost, everybody that's been on the panel. I already thanked Achilles, but thank you also to Robin. She joined as well. Peter. They both ended up hanging out for a little while here. That was awesome. Thank you to Spooky Bedhair, who has hung out throughout the stream as well. Thank you to Clad Bez, who showed up. Thank you to B.S. Lewis, another longtime supporter and chat purveyor. Thank you to Doombased. Thank you. Oh, let me grab one of Doombased comments. There we go. Thank you to... Let's see, go up a little bit here. I think there's at least one more person. Yes, thank you to Trusty Ape Co. And thank you to Big Bad Mama, Phantom X11, Answers in Atheism, Christian Pike, and I gotta keep going. Reexamination. See, I was about to miss reexamination, but I didn't. But yeah, thank you to everybody that I just named right there that came by the stream. I really appreciate all of you guys hanging out and participating in the chat. 16 likes and 5 viewers. Not enough. Look, it's not about the amount of viewers compared to the amount of likes at that particular moment. It's about whether or not the people that are watching right now happen to like. You see the big brain. Yeah. Like the you know that Neil deGrasse Tyson meme where it's got all like the math superimposed on top of it. That's what you got to be thinking like right there. No, for real. Thank you, Spooky, for hanging out here. Thank you, Robin, for hanging out here and for saying goodbye. And Achilles, thanks for hanging out once again. And take care, everybody.